Remember when I used to stream daily, chat? That was a long time ago. Let's see. So this game does not run with OBS very well, but we will make do. Alrighty. Now, we already have Bob, I do believe. Hey, Beto. Rare green stream? Yeah, I know. Tell you what, though, I'll stream that new Elden Ring DLC and the new BlazBlue game and all that, which I think is more like an expansion, but we'll see. Yeah, Bob the First. There he is. The best. I haven't actually played Dark Souls 1 in quite a while. I kind of figure what every time we fight a boss, I'm gonna think about how they could have added it to Night Rain and made it work. Like, make it harder without doing too much work. Make it, keep up. What name, chat? We already have Bob. So, we do know Artorias does have a new attack, because in the trailer he's doing the throw, like he's throwing a player. So it's not a cutscene, obviously. He's attacking a player, and he's doing the throw from his cutscene in the game, which he never does. That's not an attack he ever had. But they might be lazy about it. They might make it where, because he had like 2 leap attacks, right? Like gap closers, and one of them was like a bigger slam down. I could see it where they change it where that slam down is a grab, and it goes into that animation, which would be cool, but that would also be kind of lame because that's not really making the boss any harder. But he has a grab now. Yeah, you can see it in the trailer. It's easy. I didn't notice it the first time because it's recreating the cutscene with Artorias where he throws the random abyss dude at you. But that was never an attack that he had. That was just a cutscene, and he's clearly doing it in gameplay, and he's throwing a player. So he must have some kind of new grab attack. I fear, though, he's going to be pretty similar to how he was. And he's a great boss in Dark Souls 1 because your character's weaker and slower and everything, so it's fine. But in Elden Ring, you're a fucking monstrosity, so they really need to, beef him up. Maybe he'll fight with Sif. That would be a great way of balancing it out, in my opinion. So we'll see. But it does seem like he has at least one new attack. Fred? You know what? I'm okay with Fred. I can get behind that. Now for PvP, Warrior was basically always the correct option. But I already have a bunch of PvP characters, and I don't really have any interest in PvPing in the remastered version anyway, because they got rid of dead angles, because they're stupid. Fred Torius. I want all 4 Knights of Gwyn as a boss. So I'm going to talk about all kinds of things that they could do like that, and how to balance it with different player sizes, which actually I think is one of the biggest issues they have, is that they need it to where if you're playing solo, it's X, if you're 2-player, it's Y, and if it's 3-player, it's Z. They really need to implement that, and it's not hard to do. It really isn't. Hanako Blue. Yeah, I remember someone was named that in FGO. Like Everdark Libra. Yeah, kinda. That's actually a good example. So Knight is cool. This was the first starting class ever made. I remember I saw the axe and I was like, okay, good enough. And then I just tried to find armor as soon as possible. Okay, fuck that one. Never started as a cleric, I don't think. I mean, maybe back in the day I had a PvP character, maybe. I think Mace is really bad, Dark Souls. Well, its Stunlock's good. Wonderful, add new skins for existing characters. I would think so. They didn't say that they were, but I would think that they will. It's not that hard to do. I'm leaning cleric or warrior. You know what? I kind of want to use Astora's straight sword because I saw a video recently of some guy saying Astora's straight sword is a terrible weapon and it's like so overrated and it'll make your gameplay so much harder, and I'm like, bullshit. Like bull fucking shit. So yeah, I kind of want to do that. It's the evil one. For some reason, I thought it was Cap'n for a second, so I almost started saying the name, so assuming it's just Cap'n, and then that's not Cap'n. Let's see. Another common DS2 win. Wait, what's the DS2 win? I wonder if they're gonna add a Dark Souls 2 boss. Who's the evil one? I wonder. Cleric and female, so you can make Undertaker in this game. They don't really have any armor in this game that would be very like that. She's like leather nun. I don't think they really have that. Your best bet would be Dark Souls 3, I think. It may be something in 2, because 2 has a lot of fashion. The, honestly, the caster guy looks pretty cool. I wish he had a hat, but, I think it's like her skill is she goes into a stance, and if something hits her, then she counterattacks, and she kind of, like, baps into them like a fish. And then his thing, I think he, like, links enemies or something, and then if he hits one of them, it hits all of them. Because in the trailer, he, like, riposts a guy, and it riposts another guy, like, off to the side. So it's something like that. But yeah, she's some kind of counterattacker, and he's some kind of, like, link AoE bullshit thing. We'll see. And I don't think we know their ults at all. Okay, does anyone remember what the hell Astora's Straight Sword's stats are? Because, I think I need to look this up. I haven't played Dark Souls 1 in so long. My mouse won't go over to the other monitor. One moment. There goes the sound. Thank you, OBS. Astora Straight Sword. I spelled straight wrong. Whoop. It is 10 strength, 10 dex, 14 faith. Good bit. Don't tell anyone you level up the dex part. Let's see. So he would need 3 faith, but he has the other stats. They would need 2 dex. So technically he has to level less, but Knight has better other stuff, but he's also 3 levels higher. So it kind of depends on what you want to do here. We're definitely not going to use Int. Endurance is good. Vitality is good. The bait sword? I don't think it is. That's why I'm picking it. Because that's what I've been seeing all these people say it's the bait sword and it's not good. Like, I think bull fucking shit. Like, I PvP'd with that thing and I fucked people up. Now, mind you, some of that's because straight sword is just really good in PvP no matter what one you're using, but, Knight wouldn't have to level dex. That's a good point. That's a good point. I think we go with Knight then. Besides, Knights are cool, right? Now, I'm pretty sure optimally, a lot of times it ends up being Warrior, but we don't need to worry about that. Boy, what's up? Yeah, I know, I haven't been streaming a lot. I've been doing that real life thing. Always Master Key. Doesn't matter what, that's the only opinion that matters. Holy fuck. That's a Knight right there. Oh my god, look fucking bottom heavy, Jesus. Tiny head, why did he even do this stuff? We'll go average. We're going with the Astora Straight Sword. You could go Astora Noble. These are all so bad. They got a lot better at this later on. I have so much to talk about though with Night Rain and Blaze Blue. Kind of cool though. They're bringing back the writers from for like the old Blaze Blue games. It looks like they're making the roguelike, like actually Blaze Blue stuff story now, not just the characters. But I'll talk about all that madness in a bit. Yeah, we'll be wearing a helmet. Let's not be kidding. I could customize stuff, but let's see. God, the customization in Dark Souls 1 is a lot harder to work with. Jesus Christ. How do you do like skin color? We're a little pale here. You would think it would be here. Why would you do this? Holy shit, that's dumb. Just put that in the... Look, we have a... Look at the bottom. There's a bunch of rows that aren't being used. Why the fuck did you put it... That's... Oh, FromSoft. That is just dumb as fuck. Okay, that'll do. Where's eyes? More green. There we go. Good enough. All right. Knight, Master Key. Red.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed.
This is the best intro to any of their
shrouded
games.
by fog.
Elden Ring got nothing on this.
A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold.
I know, she was a real badass.
Life and death.
Incredible voice.
And of course, light and dark.
Medeir's Arena, by the way. Certainly referencing it anyway.
Then from the dark, they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead.
The badass.
The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos.
Worst boss fight.
Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten.
I love the Ring of City so much.
With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath, the Scaleless,
The
betrayed
bitch.
his own,
Bitch!
and the dragons
Super bitch!
no more. Thus
See ya,
began
Night Rain Seath.
the Age of Fire. But soon the flames
Hey,
will
Narasu.
fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark sign.
You know, I should have gotten the Gravelord mod. Hello! So, I like that intro in that it's basically propaganda. Most of what you said is true, but it's presented in a way like it was very one-sided and like the gods won all gloriously.
Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead.
Spooky.
And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north.
She agrees with you, yeah.
Where they are locked away to await the end of the world.
Okay, good enough. So anyway, you know, the intro, you know, shows it off like it was very one-sided and like glorious and kind of easy, but you learn from Goff and a bunch of item descriptions that that's not what happened at all. It was like awful. It took ages. It was an incredibly long war. For every dragon they killed, they lost way more on their side, right? It was just awful. And also, the big thing is it was long, right? And like the humans were involved. And something I've seen, some people think Dark Souls 3 like made up the fact that the humans were involved in like the Ringed City and all that. And the specifics of the Ringed City aren't in this game in any way, but there's actually quite a bit of evidence that humans were involved in Dark Souls 1, and that was just like wiped from history. There's a lot of stuff Kath says and stuff in Ulasil that like kind of hints at that. Like I think Dark Souls 3 kind of just, Miyazaki just illuminated that. I don't think he made it up. And Dr. Deus, what's up, man? I appreciate it. Okay. Oh boy, this game is not as smooth as Night Rain. I tell you what. Okay, I don't think we have to. There we go. We'll get our endurance up so we can actually wear our armor in a bit. So I think as we go through this, we're gonna come up with how to make every boss work in Night Rain. But I tell you, if there's one boss from Dark Souls 1 that I wouldn't put in, well, it's Bed of Chaos. But other than Bed of Chaos, I would not put in Asylum Demon because you already have the Tree Avatar, which is so similar to the Asylum Demon and is already him with an upgraded moveset that, like, I don't really get the point. But if you had to put him in, you could put him in, like, a Mine. You could combo him with, like, Copper Demon or Stray Demon, or the Stray Demon from Dark Souls 3, right? The rock one that you only fight once ever, which is really bizarre because it had a pretty cool moveset. But yeah, you could put him in Night Rain in a way where it'd still be entertaining. But I just don't see the point because of Tree Avatar and stuff. God, never use Bed of Chaos ever. Just don't do that. Don't mind me. Oh wait, wasn't there a way? There's something really funny. I forget how you do it, but there's a way to not kill Asylum Demon. You don't even have to do anything that nutty, but it's been so long I don't remember how to do it. And then you can come back and you can fight Asylum Demon and Stray Demon at the same time, because you can get Asylum Demon to fall through the floor with you. And if I remember correctly, Stray Demon will hit him. Yeah, it has something to do with Oscar. Yeah, that sounds right. Dude, that shit is funny as hell. Wow, those arrows are slow. Can we use our shield without fat rolling? Nope. Bro, look at how slow those arrows are. Also, I missed super sprint already. I can't stand it. Having to hold down the B button to run is just the worst, dude. It fucking, even in Elden Ring, it's like that. Just insane. Like, oh, you want to roll? Or you're gonna have to release the button for it to detect the input. Have fun with that. Wait, did I just loot my sword? Or is that up ahead? I don't know. I didn't want this fucker to get away. Definitely doing this the hard way. There it is. I don't need that shit. Almost got hit there. Because I'm in stam debt. I rolled too soon because I'm used to Elden Ring stuff. This guy doesn't have much of a strategy. Not that I have much of a strategy, but I'm the better hollow here. Look, I got a little bit of muscle left. Okay. They're jumping on circle. I think they changed that in the remaster version. Yeah, they did. Still an absolutely atrocious way to jump, but oh my god, I'm mid-rolling. Are you fucking kidding me right now? You know what? Are we a mid-roller, chat? I don't know if we're a mid-roller. I mean, Dark Souls 1 honestly was balanced around mid-roll. Like, they didn't want you to fast roll all the time. It just became really easy to do that. Okay, now that's fat rolling. We don't want any of that. God, that sound effect, we chunky, boy. Got the heft going on here. So, a lot of people say this is unfair. It's a little unfair. But it's not that bad, because, I mean, you can literally see it. Right? I mean, like, it's right there. So, like, the game is trying to teach you to be observant. Right? To, like, not go into rooms blindly. That's the whole point, is, like, this will show you running into a room blindly will get you fucked up. Because you can absolutely see it. Now, way to trigger it, though, is cutting it pretty close, so... You're probably going to get hit by that boulder on your first playthrough. Unless you're going real slow.
Oh, you. You're no hollow. Thank
I look pretty hollow.
I'm done for, I'm afraid. I'll die soon, then lose my sanity. I wish to ask something of you. You and I, we're both undead. Hear me out, will you? Regrettably, I have failed in my mission, but perhaps you can keep the torch lit. There is an old saying in my family, thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know. Well, now you know, and I can die with hope in my heart. Oh, one more thing. Here, take this. An Estus flask. An undead favorite. Oh, and this. Now I must bid farewell. I would hate to harm you after death. So go now, and thank you.
So, I remember playing this as a younger lad and not knowing much about it. And this was just such a memorable, you know, setup. And then, him talking about, like harming you after death so casually and everything, it kind of just lets you know about this whole, like, zombie thing, and it kind of just, and especially because, like, the multiplayer and everything with getting humanity when you invade and all that, it really, worked well. Kill Oscar now? Poi, please.
Now I must bid farewell. I would hate to harm, and thank you.
You guys are evil, man. Also feels bad, dude. Even gives you his souls. Nice little shortcut there. All right, Mr. Boulder. What are you gonna do? Gonna leap at me? Nice try, idiot. They should put torch hollows in, Night Rain. I thought there was a guy there. I should have, downloaded the Gravelord mod, though. That shit's awesome. I did not want to do that. Holy fuck, Dark Souls. Oh my god, the control. You can't run while locked on sideways. Oh my god. That's why I was rolling randomly. Holy shit, dude. Oh, Dark Souls 1, what a game. Don't get me wrong, love this game to death, but boy did they improve some things. Yeah, we've come a long way, absolutely. Well, I don't have my shield to parry him. I tell you though, especially where the game industry was at the time, I'm trying to run and I can't. Because, like, generally you don't want to run straight forward, like if you're wanting to do a running attack. A lot of times it's good to get the running part done going sideways and then just go straight at them so you can attack at the exact time you want. But you can't do that in this game. That kind of strategy is not allowed. But, anyway, you know, a lot of these enemies, when you know how to be patient and punish instead of just, like, swinging, they're not hard. But the way the game industry was at the time, everyone's playing God of War and games like that. You know, there weren't a lot of games like this. So a lot of people got wrecked because they just wanted to walk up and swing, and that does not end well. So yeah, I definitely say this boss should not be a Night Rain because a tree avatar. You know what? We're not gonna do it. We're gonna fight him like a man. They made me take fucking fall damage. Piece of shit. Hey, look, there's not a bunch of like gold bullshit hitting me now. I'm so much slower though than a Night Rain character. Like, I know this moveset obviously very well. Like, I still remember it because of Night Rain, but I'm so much weaker. Like, bro, I got hit by that. Only got hit by the shockwave, but still. Holy fuck. These are not the same games, man. And like that would make like the Scarlet Rot crap, and you need to like dodge diagonally, but I'm like too scared to do that over here. Wow, that hit me. I kind of want to try it now, though. Woo! It's like lingering hitboxes, man. Oh, get these fucking pots out of the way. I don't need a flask. I got this. I'm noticing, though, just backing off of that attack is the way to go. That shockwave is getting me, like, all the time. Yeah, there's no reason to be brave, right? These lingering hitboxes, fuck it. My goat is washed, yeah, a little bit. Humanity. He used to not drop that in the, Now, it's not like it's only in the remaster. It was in a patch. They patched it for bosses to drop humanity. Holy fuck, though. I love Dark Souls 1's aesthetic. Like, the lighting choices and stuff. Game, look very good. And just like the runes. And I don't even remember what the loot is. It's been a minute. Imagine if Blue Point remade it. I know, they'd run it completely. I think they may have learned their lesson, though. We'll see. Like, the feedback was so... Well, the feedback was only strong from people that had played the original. All the people that never played Demon's Souls were like, oh, it's so pretty! So, who knows? I feel like I'm forgetting something. There's the crows, but I don't think I have anything to give them yet. I think we're good.
Only in the ancient legends it is stated that one day an undead shall be chosen.
So that bird is helping you and is probably like instructed to do this.
Leave the undead asylum,
Which is
in
fine.
pilgrimage
But why is it like screeching at you like that?
to the land of the ancient lords?
Like, imagine your job is, okay, go pick up this undead guy and bring him to Lordran, right?
Lordran.
This is really important. And then you're like, okay, but I'm gonna fucking scream at him. He's bored. I mean, Blue Point hasn't had enough projects to say that. Like, the game industry at large, I would agree with you, but it's not, you can't treat people like a monolith, right? There's a lot of devs that are shit, but, you know, Blue Point are their own people, and they're not, you know, again, they're not a monolith. And, you know, they haven't, Demon's Souls Remake was the first, like, full game they made themselves. And, you know, they didn't have any artists on the team, and, you know, it really shows. You know, you're right. We should fight Pinwheel first. I do want to grab a Stora's Greatsword, though, because that's, like, the point. But yeah, he's only a real boss if you fight him right off the rip. I think I remember where a Stora's Greatsword is. Yeah, I just fundamentally don't agree that a Stora's Greatsword is a trap weapon. Because first off, the stat investment on it is super reasonable, and you're very likely to want those stats for another weapon anyway. Right? So there's no problem. There's literally no problem. Faith is great. And then it's super strong. And I bet you we could use it for the entire playthrough. I bet you we could use a Stora's Greatsword for the entire playthrough, and it'll never feel like we have bad damage. And then again, you could just transition into another weapon later if you wanted to. Like, I just fundamentally disagree with it being a trap weapon. Yeah, we picked the Master Key because I'm not out of my mind. So, have y'all seen the trailer for the BlazBlue roguelike? Because we could always do a little react moment and I can show it if people haven't seen it, but basically, they're bringing the BlazBlue roguelike to console. Okay, we'll show it off real quick. It's not very long. They also showed off one of the new characters. It's kind of weird. They're adding a new character, and it's one that people have asked for, and they don't make a big deal out of it in the trailer at all. He's just like casually there in like some gameplay snippets. Oh fuck, I don't have it brought up. Damn it. Well, it's mostly just like vague scientists from BlazBlue talking about bullshit, so. But anyway, you know, it's the roguelike that I've streamed several times. But now it's called Entropy Effect X, so it's edgy now. But it's not really clear if it's going to be like a DLC for the PC version or an expansion or what. But it says in the trailer that like Arc System Works is doing the story, and they're bringing some of the writers back from BlazBlue. And it looks like the story is actually going to be BlazBlue-y this time, where, you know, before BlazBlue had like nothing to do with it. The characters were just there because fuck it. And my guess is, so they have said that they didn't really know what to do with BlazBlue because they didn't want to cannibalize Guilty Gear. So they kind of just been sitting on BlazBlue, and they let this other dev, you know, use it for this roguelike, but I don't think they wanted them to do anything with the story. I think they like told them not to do anything. And they're like, we're not using BlazBlue. We'll let these crazy people make whatever game. Don't matter. You know, well, what's the worst that could happen? And then that roguelike game has actually sold over 1 million copies. It's been more successful than any of the fighting games have ever been. So now I think Arc System Works is now like, oh, you know, and it's been just, you know, great feedback. People really like it. So I think Arc System Works is like, oh, okay. You know, we'll get involved now and we can actually do BlazBlue stuff with it. But yeah, it comes out, I think, in February 2016. But there's not a lot of details about it. I think it's kind of like an expansion, kind of remaster kind of thing. And it shows off what the Izayami, or the fuck her name is, and the Taki, whatever, the satellite cannon guy. They're probably going to be bosses. So that'll be cool. Wait, I'm not going the right way. Excuse me. I'm about to run into hell. I was about to go fight some ghosts. Let's not be doing that shit. 3 souls. Also, these guys can give you humanity if you kill enough of them. If you kill them enough, like before you kill 4 kings. I think. But I wanted her playable. I mean, she could be playable. She could be both. And it's possible she's playable and only the satellite guy's the boss. There's no way he's playable, though, because he's just fucking ginormous. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Is it a free PC update? Not clear yet. And it could be like, you know, $5 or something. We'll see. A lot of devs have done that. Because it looks like they're going to put a decent amount of work into it. I suspect it's not just like some minor stuff. I think it's going to be some new characters, some new bosses, you know, all new story and everything. So, but we'll see. Just downscale them. I mean, I guess technically you could. Okay, I should probably switch to fast roll here. We're about to have an experience. I don't remember which piece of loot is the sword. I don't remember at all. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure it's one of these, though. Now, I also don't remember what wakes the dragon up. I think it's if you pick up 2 pieces of loot, or if you hit him or get really close to him. Now, there's also other loot over there. And there's a way into the garden from the back. I could go grab the bonfire, but I guess that's coward's work. Okay. I think this is the sword. I don't know why, but I just think this is the... Nope. Okay. Maybe the... Is the sword over there? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Well, just grab it. Oh, got it. Get it all. Oh, you piece of shit. First off, that didn't hit me. You can see it was like, you know, a foot away from me, right? It was like just hitting the air. Okay, so bullshit there. Second off, that came out really fast. And it one-shot me, so. I wonder if I had been fat rolling with all my armor on, I wonder if I would have survived. Did I send the elevator back up? Please tell me I sent the elevator back up. I did. Okay, good man. Now the dragon, I think, is awake all the time, too. So, not great. Wonder what boss we're gonna fight next. Because then we'll talk about them in Night Rain. Oh yeah, so Night Rain, from what I understand, they're not adding a new map. There's just new nodes. And I'm kind of worried the new nodes are only gonna spawn on the new bosses. Because, like, unless they change it in the DLC, Night Rain doesn't have procedurally... Oh yeah, Pinwheel, thank you. But Night Rain doesn't have procedurally generated stages. It doesn't. And this is proven. Like, this is a very known thing. There's even, like, an app thing you can get that after, like, you see a few nodes in their locations, it can predict what your seed is, and it will tell you literally everything. And it's got 100% accuracy, so they handcrafted every seed. It's insanity. So, like, I don't... The way the game is now, they can't go back and, like, interject new nodes to randomly spawn, right? They have to make new seeds themselves. So that's gonna, like, really limit how much you see some of this stuff, and I think that's a pretty big mistake. I have no plan here, by the way. Well, we really fucked up. Okay, got the souls. Just roll. And, okay. We good. Dude's been drinking too many energy drinks there. Got some, like, grape going on. Now, there's a whole strategy here. Oh, come on. Nice hitbox, by the way. Now, there's a humanity right there, but I don't really need that. I also don't really need the loot over there, but... Nope, just get the bonfire. Be smart. I remember when I'd make PvP characters back in the day, I had it pretty memorized how to get in there without dying. But yeah, I actually think that's Night Rain's biggest problem, is the fact that the game is not procedurally generated. And because of that, like, I've still never seen the Mausoleum event, by the way. I would, if I didn't see it, like, people talk about it online, I would just assume I've seen every event, and that's that. But there is an event that I've never seen in Night Rain. Just absolutely insane. Okay, so we don't want to get a lot stronger right now, because... we want, Pinwheel to be like a real fight. No, we're not gonna use the Black Knight Halberd to... Man, I saw this guy that had never played, Dark Souls 1 before. And, like, he let his chat backseat, like, mad. And so he got, like, the Black Knight Halberd and the Grasscrest Shield and all of this stuff. And then when he fought Gwen, he, like, you know, 5-shot Gwen, because, you know, Black Knight Halberd, and he'd leveled up a bunch and stuff. And he's like, wow, what a lame boss. And I'm like, this is just the worst. Fun fact, you got the Mausoleum the first time you did Everdark Augur. Did I just not run into it? Or notice it? Yeah, I've never noticed it ever. Oh yeah, these guys, what they drop is like RNG, and you can use humanity to make the odds better, but like I don't really care. But anyway, I'm very concerned that like the replay value of Night Rain is not going to go up that much, because I don't think they're going to fix the procedurally generated stuff. right? Like, we need these new nodes and new enemies and stuff interjected into the old maps. Because, like, the enemy variety there is not the best, and, like, there's so many enemy types from just Elden Ring that they didn't use for some reason. And they're probably going to use them in the DLC, but, like, we need them in, you know, all levels, please. You know, for having not leveled up or upgraded my weapon, decent damage. I hear him back there. But yeah, don't tell me what it does. One of these days, I'll see it. I don't play Night Rain a lot right now. Just been busy with real life. But every now and then, I play it with 2 of my friends. My real life friends. And that's been fun. It's been very hard, though, because no offense to them, but they're just not amazing at Night Rain. So, Depth 3 has been very difficult.
I'll be seeing you.
But it keeps it fun, honestly. Okay, let's go fight Pinwheel. So we need, I think, a little bit of faith. Yeah, we need 14 faith, so we'll do that. Like the only thing we'll do. Okay. Let's see if this is truly a noob trap. I don't think, I mean, look, there is no world this is a noob trap. That is, like, just astronomically higher AR. And then, again, I just leveled a stat that's an insanely good stat. Faith is great. It's a great thing to level. And you could transition into a different weapon without any problem if this thing ever falls off. And I don't think it's gonna fall off. Also, I think it takes Twinkling Titanite to upgrade, which is easy to get. If I wanted to, I could upgrade it right now, and I could be even fucking stronger. And I'm just not doing that because I could use my soul items, and then use the blacksmith right there, and I could use the Twinkling Titanite I just got, and I could make this thing even stronger. But I'm not gonna do that because we don't want to obliterate Pinwheel. Yeah, I just... If anything, I think this thing is the opposite of a noob trap. I think it's actually too good if you know what you're doing, because again, I could be upgrading it very easily right now. But I'm like intentionally not upgrading it to just keep it spicy. God, the lock-on movement is so bad because it becomes 4-directional. Like, you can't go diagonal, and it feels atrocious. That lingering hitbox! Holy shit! Not just an Elden Ring thing, clearly. I got this. Look at that fucking damage! Dude, this guy is normally actually pretty, like, annoying if you haven't leveled up at all, and, like, you're using a +0. Like, he's normally pretty tough. Look at this shit. Look, I'm not even two-handing it. Wait a minute. Oh my god. You! Oh. Too slow. Deleted. Firekeeper soul. Did I get... Wait a minute. I didn't get the Firekeeper soul from down below. I forgot that even existed. Oh, you know what? While we're here, let's grab the key. How hard can this be? Oh. Okay, you know what? I'll do it later. I totally forgot about that guy. Fuck you, Seath. You're a jackass. We could also go... Wow, this game is so open, it's insane. Because, like, we could go to Stray Demon right now, like, right up here. You can get anywhere you want in the game, like, so quickly if you care to, and I absolutely love that about it. Like, you can see that loot out there, which gives you a hint here. Yeah, you didn't get the Sunny D. Half expected to take fall damage there. This was I'm not kidding. If this was Dark Souls 2, I'm pretty sure you would take fall damage from that. Like, Dark Souls 2 is just insane with the fall damage. I actually think Dark Souls 1 is a much better, like, open world kind of, you know, Metroid style game than Metroid is. I actually think it's so much better. It's like so much more pleasant to navigate. Like, Metroid games are insanely bad. Prime 1 isn't too bad about this, but like all the 2D games and stuff are awful about this. And like even Dread is like this. This is actually why I didn't finish Dread, because I got sick of this. You're going about your way, like the equivalent in Dark Souls, where like maybe you're going through the catacombs with a burg or whatever, and you get to the end of it and you kill the boss and you get some key item that you have absolutely no context as to what to do with this key item. And then it's like you're just aimlessly backtracking, and there's like path A, B, C, D, and then this other area, then G, and like, and you're just looking around until you find something that allows you to progress, and it's so boring. Look, Beastly knows. Look at you guys. Because I was Beastly, so I'm using this, and I could have upgraded it, but I'm not, just to be fair. But like, I've been seeing a lot of people lately call this thing a noob trap, and my chat called it a noob trap, and I just so disagree. It's super easy to get. You only have to level up a bit of faith to use it. And even if you want to like transition into a different weapon, right? Faith is good, right? Like, faith is goated. Not quite as sick as the second chance. Yeah, second chance is busted. That is not in this game. It's a great bridge to a divine weapon, and I think honestly you could use it for the entire playthrough. I don't think that. I think this will do plenty of damage to Gwyn and crew. I don't think that'd be a problem at all. But yeah, it's like having a little bit of faith is no problem, and this thing has double the AR of the broadsword. Yeah, fucking Wog, dude. That shit is nuts. Also, doesn't this thing kill skeletons? I can't remember. Let's find out. Because this game is so much nastier about undead. Because like the necromancer that is keeping them alive is super far away, and yeah, they keep. If you use a normal weapon, they just keep resurrecting, and like the necromancer is not even remotely nearby. Yeah, I think it perma kills them. And like this thing is so early in the game, it's like so easy to get. Like, sick. I kind of want to go human form, just so we're not beef jerky, but let's real quick, let's grab the Firekeeper soul, because I forgot to do that earlier. And then we'll go fight Pinwheel, and we'll say +0 and all that. So, Pinwheel, could they put Pinwheel in Night Rain and keep him interesting? I would say yes. You probably just need to combo him with like a different boss. Like, make him a Night 1 or 2 boss, and it's like Pinwheel and Nito, or what would be more fun than that though, because those two characters are actually at odds with each other. What's something from Dark Souls 2 that would like thematically fit with Pinwheel, or even 3? Let me think. So he's like Necromancer, Crypt, Stealing. I mean, Aldridge. Like, that'd be pretty sick. Because honestly, Pinwheel's moveset is not terrible. His stats are just too low, and Night Rain could fix that. He definitely needs to be combined with someone else, though. The Skeleton Lords, that would be fine. Yeah, that'd be totally fine. They'd have a hard time though in Elden Ring. They're like attack animations and stuff are not very good. I'm killing these guys because I'm pretty sure if you kill enough of them every time you come down here, you get a humanity eventually. You know, I bet you this weapon is strong enough that I could actually fight the ghosts. Is there any reason to do that right now? I don't think so. I don't think there's any loot down here I care about that much. Am I wrong? If I were FromSoft though, and I wanted to put Pinwheel in Night Rain, I might just put him in like a node or a Shifting Earth event. Like, make a Catacombs Shifting Earth event, right? Where it's like indented into the ground, like kind of like Crater, and you go into a spooky catacomb, and like at the halfway point you fight Pinwheel, and I'd probably, even in that context, I'd still combo him with another enemy, because let's be honest, they're probably not going to want to make a bunch of new attack animations for Pinwheel. So yeah, combo him with something, literally anything spooky, even just ads, even just like skeletons and shit you could do, and just make that like a boss that drops like a weapon node and stuff, and then at the end of it you fight Nito. And like Nito, I think they would care enough to like give him a new attack animation or two. If you get the key and drain, you get the ember. That's true. I don't really want to upgrade my weapon though. I know you get a plus 15 like immediately if you want to, and I don't really want to do that because I want the boss fights to like, you know, matter. So I think we'll although it's not bad to get it just to get it out of the way, I suppose. Rats make everything better. Oh my god. Yeah, pinwheel with a bunch of rats. That would definitely be harder. So real quick, let me think about this. Gaping Dragon, they put into Night Rain, and I think they sped up like his slam, and they made his spit better, and then when he's running around, there's like projectile spit coming off of him, which that's not in Dark Souls 1. That's new. And then Centipede Demon, they added when you hit him, and you know he splits off into minions, but they're not very good minions. But they did do something. Nameless King is very minor change. They made it so when he does his like raise his spear to the air, it attacks everyone. Where in Dark Souls 3 it would only attack one person that he was targeting, like if you were in co-op. But now his lightning strike hits everybody. That's a nice buff. Those kind of buffs are actually like very smart to do because it's a multiplayer game. But that's just very minor. Dancer, they did not technically buff in any way, as far as I'm aware. However, Dancer, and I've tested this because I went back and played Dark Souls 3 somewhat recently. Dancer is affected by the like attack cadence change in Night Rain, and she is so much harder in Night Rain. Like if you fight her on a high depth, right, especially solo, if you fight her on depth 3, 4, or 5 by yourself, so she has a lot of health, so you can't just blow her up because you know you can get really strong in Night Rain. You'll see it very clearly, like just how busted she is in Night Rain compared to Dark Souls 3. I'm pretty sure he sped up Nameless King's attacks too. You might be right about that. I fight Nameless King so much less than Dancer that I wouldn't notice. I think we did fight him on stream though, didn't we? And he felt pretty similar. But something minor like slightly attacking faster, I probably wouldn't notice on him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dancer is smaller. She definitely looks smaller. That could just be a perspective thing, and maybe the player's bigger and stuff like that. But yeah, holy shit, she just attacks so much more rapidly. Because in Dark Souls 3, she'll wait between her attacks and do her spooky walk at you stuff. But she doesn't really do that at Night Rain. She just goes from one attack to the next. Yeah, I've fought Nameless on a higher depth, and it's definitely a good bit harder for sure. Which is nice. But what I'm getting at is, if you look at these bosses, they're doing pretty minor adjustments, and I hope that they put more effort in the DLC because like hopefully they're concentrating on these things more. And that's been a lot of feedback. So like Artorias, I don't want Artorias to just be slight, you know, just like a little thing. You know, he needs some extra heft there. They've done a few other things though. Let's see. I don't think they did anything to Smelter Demon. I don't recognize a damn thing other than he can turn blue. But I don't think they changed him. Who's the other Dark Souls 2 boss? Oh, Seath. They did change him a bit. There's more ads, and then at the end, he does like the giant-ass AoE thread thing that makes everyone fat roll. That is new. But yeah, those are pretty damn minor adjustments. So I am kind of worried. Like, they need to do more than that. And this is, I hate this about Night Rain. I think this is, and it's just weird because I feel like early in development, they had a very different idea and then they got lazy. So I suspect that they worked on Gladius's seeds early on. And like Gladius's seeds are pretty well adapted to multiplayer. You fight the queen, the demi-human queen, and the demi-human katana guy at the same time and stuff like that. And like Margit was changed, right? Margit was changed more than a lot of other bosses. And he was just a lot more like AoE and stuff with like the dagger throws and everything. So it's just, those things are adapted to the multiplayer pretty well. But then they just like start just throwing single things at you. Like you just fight Dancer alone. You know, and you fight Dancer alone in Dark Souls 3, right? So it's just silly. They start doing a lot of that. Where, yeah, what I would like to see, for example, Dancer, if you play by yourself, should either be like just Dancer or maybe Dancer with like, you know, a grunt, just to make it a little bit harder. Because, you know, Night Rain characters are very strong. And if you play duo, you should definitely be Dancer and like some enemies. And then if it's trio, it should be Dancer and Vort. I don't think it's a problem at all, right? Because you can have two players focus on one, and then one player distract the other, or however you want to do it. And, you know, you should have to, you know, it's smart to keep them separated and look out for Vort's charges and stuff. I don't think that's even slightly a problem. And there's no time limit in the boss fights, right, at day 1 and 2. So there's like, why not? Also, I don't know why I'm not like grabbing loot while I'm yapping. Right, I think that would really help the game. So like with Artorias, right, if there's 3 players, you could have it be Artorias and Sif and shit like that. But yeah, we know for a fact that Artorias does have some kind of adjustment because in the trailer, he's grabbing a player and he doesn't have a grab in Dark Souls 1. But my guess is, because I remember Artorias well enough, he had 2 leap attacks. He had like the one he uses pretty often where he leaps from across the arena and kind of just does slash. But then he has another leap that he doesn't do very often where he just puts a bit more anime in it. And he does like a more dramatic slam and stuff. I should have used the curse. So I can't like get past that otherwise. And they can attack through walls. Anyway, so the more dramatic slam that he does occasionally, I have a feeling that is going to... The way the animation like looks is at the end, the way he slams his sword into the ground. It just looks so much like the start of his grab from the trailer and from like the cutscene that I think that attack is just going to be changed into a grab. Which would not increase the difficulty at all. Now, he'll probably get the new attack cadence that Night Rain does, where enemies don't like wait between actions very much. So he'll probably have that. Oh, right, I have to kill what's-his-face if I want to do this. We'll just do it like normal. Because, wow, that was just unlocked the entire time. Do I care about 1,800 souls? Not really. We kind of want to be weak anyway, because we want to go fight, Pinwheel. Okay, how the hell do you go human form again? It's like... Who humanity? Or something? Now that's if you want to kindle, excuse me. See you, pizza. Now, if I do level any, I want to level to where I can actually wear my fucking gear. We could play mid-roll just to make it more challenging. We look a lot cooler with our knight stuff. Could go get a Hovel's ring. Is that too casual, chat, getting Hovel's ring for the catacombs? I played unpatched PS3 recently and I had the old Ninja Flip ring. It was glorious. I know that thing is so broken. Literally 50% equip load becomes Omega fast roll. I don't know what they were thinking with that shit. They were out of their fucking minds. Yeah, basically, you just had to have the equip load to be the mid-roll, and it would give you the cartwheel animation, which is like an upgrade of fast roll. So it was just so broken. Yeah, how it is now is you have to be fast rolling to get the upgraded fast roll, which makes infinitely more sense. It's also, people say it's not because they look at the frame data, but they're like not looking at context. The flip is still the best dodge they've ever made. And it's, people are like, oh, but you know, dodges in like the later games and stuff have more iframes and stuff. That doesn't matter because it's not really about the raw iframes. Because if like, look at Duchess's first dodge in Night Rain has horrible iframes. Like it has very few iframes. but it's still good because it is fast and it, you know, has good spacing, like Beastly just said. And then most importantly, the recovery frames, right? So the flip ring is the best because it goes a large distance. It does it quickly, right? Time. And then it has almost no recovery frames at all. So you're not committing. You're not like frame trapped generally. Right? And so I think to this day, I think the cartwheel is the strongest dodge. Oh god. That was close. I just did a hold R2, trying to do a charge R2, but that doesn't exist in this game. That guy will run your day if you don't permanently kill skeletons. Yeah, recovery frames are just like, they're massive. They're just such a big deal. Although personally, for PvE, it's fine. But in PvP, I prefer when games don't have like OP, like lack of recovery frames. Because then it just becomes like too reactionary and like impossible to fucking hit anybody. Oh yeah, Zweihander's over here. Oh god, the big one's waking up. Could be a problem. Oh god, I was trying to run. God, I hate it. You can't run sideways. Yeah, you can only run forward and back when you're locked on. I hate that so much. That is gonna get me killed, dude. Holy shit, I hate that so, because it is so much more practical to run sideways. Right, if you want to get into the sprinting animation, because you want to like time like your running attack and your spacing, right? So there's no reason to like wasting real estate going towards the enemy where you're not running yet. And also it might trigger the enemy to attack and shit like that. But yeah, that's like, I don't remember which game adds that. I just tried to hit up on the D-pad to throw my firebomb. How did his rickety wooden shield just block my firebomb effectively? Okay. The very first time I played Dark Souls 1, I came to the graveyard first. And then I killed a few skeletons and realized that... And thankfully I was using the bandit axe, or just the battle axe or whatever, which is pretty effective on the skeletons. So I was able to kill them. But then I saw they were respawning, and then I remember running past them, because I figured, you know, I know RPG stuff to a degree even back then. That, you know, there's something I need to do. And, let me grab all this loot here. But yeah, I ran through here, and I actually found the entrance to the catacombs without dying. And then I saw one of those explodey skull guys, and I instantly went, I am not supposed to be here. This is definitely, because I was like, this is some Metroid Prime stuff, right? This is some, like, you got into it. Because in Metroid Prime 1, you could get to, like, the fire zone really early, but it would, like, burn you alive, and it was horrible. And I'm like, yep, I'm not supposed to. I was just, like, everything, I saw, like, the lights get dark like that, and everything. I'm like, there is no way this is supposed to... I saw those guys, and I saw one of them blow up, and I was like, yep, no. I'm not supposed to be here. And I turned around and ran the fuck out. And then I went to the Berg. I didn't check down below. I don't think I noticed it right away. It's been a while, though, so I don't exactly remember. But I'm quite sure that I did go to the Berg after that. I remember years ago when I played this game again, we said do pinwheel first, and we did not get the Astora straight sword, so we had to do this where the skeletons were respawning, and we had to blitz past them and kill the necromancers. It was quite difficult. We did it. I remember it. It was eventually a success, but it was not smooth because I was out of practice, and when these guys are all respawning, it's pretty horrible. This is kind of nice with this Astora straight sword being able to just do the catacomb kind of normal like this. Bro. Oh, you fucking, like, all right, I got a third one, and boy, is it fast. You did it with Morningstar? That makes sense, because you can get Morningstar in the starting area, and it's blunt damage, so if you're gonna have to kill them repeatedly and, like, keep them down, that's a good pick. Also, I think Pinwheel can bleed, so... yeah, that's about as good as it's gonna get if you're gonna have to deal with them respawning. Oh, I missed this loot. That's so garbage! Although I tell you what, that shield would have saved me from that death. If I had enough stam. Because rolling wasn't a very good option there. This whole mid-rolling thing is pretty tough. But yeah, it's actually kind of funny in Night Rain. Oh, come on. Duchess is... oh, I think because that killed him, I think he's gonna respawn. Yep. That's fucked up. But yeah, each one of Duchess's dodges are not really that good iframe-wise. But it's the fact that she has 2 of them, and then also because they travel a good amount of distance. And because you're allowed to attack out of it almost immediately. You don't have to wait a bunch. And the reason that matters is the sooner you can attack out of your dodge, the sooner you can be done with your recovery frames of your attack, and then you can dodge again. So she's able to, like, you know, poke attacks in when you generally couldn't. And it's not because the iframes are so good, it's because of literally everything else. And yeah, what I'm getting at is the flip ring is broken as fuck. For very similar reasons. I like how I just took damage from, like, nothing. That's honestly so cheap. And it's because you're, like, supposed to have a shield. Like, Dark Souls 1 is just very much... they're thinking you're gonna have a shield on. Like, that's insane. And if you don't have a shield, you're supposed to be fast rolling. Dude, I'm trying to run. Also, I was trying to do a leaping attack there because he was parrying. Yeah, there's like no way I can deal with that attack. It comes out in like so few frames, and I can't block, and I can't fast roll. So like I'm just gonna get hit by that every time they do it. Wow. I might have to just fast roll, honestly. Like, I just cannot space a lot of these, like, annoying attacks that are coming out so quick. I could also just use a shield and fat roll, because it's kind of cheating, though. Like... shields are so weird in these games. In a lot of circumstances, they're so useless. But in some circumstances, they're so broken that, like, you... it's, like, silly. Because, like a lot of the bigger bosses, you know, you can't really just sit there and block unless you, like, really level up your endurance and stuff. But, like, these enemies shield bounce. So, like, they don't do all their bullshit follow-up nonsense. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm too used to Night Rain movement. But yeah, like if he shield bounces like that, it's like kind of just free real estate. I don't remember. I remember when I played Demon's Souls, I played it after Dark Souls, and I'd been PvPing a lot, and was, you know, fast rolling all the time, so I didn't use shields ever. And then in Demon's Souls, shields are a bit weaker, so I'm pretty sure I just didn't use them at all. Yeah, if you're fast rolling, you know, you have so much more control over your spacing that it's generally not a big deal. Because like in Demon Souls, there's almost no way to like block all damage. Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever played Demon Souls with a shield setup. It's probably kind of hard, honestly. Because off memory, it's pretty easy to fast roll in, it's pretty easy to fast roll in this game. I'm like handicapping myself because I'm not like leveling endurance real quick or grabbing the hovel ring or any of that. Yeah, I remember I'd use the Adjudicator shield for the regen sometimes. I remember that, but I don't remember ever blocking. Like, I can't think of any enemies I would ever block. And maybe I should have. Because maybe there's some enemies that you could trivialize with it. I have not played Demon Souls, though, and it's definitely the game I've played the least. I've got a PlayStation 3 somewhere. Because I'm not going to play the remaster. I cannot stand the way they changed that game. If I ever stream that, I gotta stream the original. If they ever get the like emulated version like actually smooth without a bunch of bullshit, I'll probably just do that. I don't remember the Shrine of Storm skeletons being too big of a deal, but I mean it's been so long. Also, when I played Demon Souls, I was like very in practice from Dark Souls 1 because I played it before Dark Souls 2, right? I played Dark Souls 1 and I played it a lot and I PvP'd a lot. And I was like super into it, and then I eventually was like, okay, I want to play Demon Souls. And the movement in Demon Souls is similar enough to Dark Souls that like it's pretty easy to go from one to one. But I played Demon Souls a good bit, and I would make different characters, and I pretty much did every world early. Like I even did a character that would get the blue blood sword right off the rip, and that was pretty hard. And a lot of characters would go to the shrine early. I don't remember why. There was something in the shrine. Like 4-1, that was just like awesome, especially for PvP. I don't remember what it was. Crescent Falchion. Yep, that's it. That rings a bell. These two skeletons have caused so many trouble, so much trouble here. It's ridiculous. Oh, yeah, the regenerator ring. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to, honestly, playing Demon Souls again, because it's been so long. Off memory, though, I remember finding it, and some of this I'm very sure of. There's a lot of stuff in Demon Souls that is just, like, literally the same thing as Dark Souls, but easier. Like, they have a Torch Hollow guy, and he just doesn't do the crazy flurry, like, running forward attack. He's just, like, the same thing, but, like, so much weaker. And there's a lot of stuff like that. I do remember Battle Axe actually being a decent weapon, though. That was nice. Really having to grind our way through these skeletons here. Oh, yeah, in Demon Souls... I don't even know why or how they did this, because they had budget issues and time issues and everything. But, like, every single armor set in the game... maybe with a couple of exceptions, but is totally different on male and female. They have like totally different fashion, colors, and everything. Like if you wear X armor set, it's just totally different. And it's pretty cool. There's a lot of interesting like designs and stuff. And then there's a bunch of armor sets too that are like the Meralda set, I think was female only and stuff like that. It's just weird. They never did that again though. Like that was just like a lot of effort. Like a very, and the Demon Souls are just like that. There's a lot of things that just randomly have like a lot of effort put into them that you wouldn't really expect, and they never did again. Like the World Tendency stuff. Not exactly the toughest enemy. Yeah, the axe is pretty sick. I got that like as soon as possible. I started as the knight because the fluted armor looks awesome. So yeah, I started as the knight and got the battle axe and used it for the entire playthrough. So this thing does equip load, right? Am I nuts? Yeah, it does. Wonder how much I need. That will, I don't mind leveling up endurance because it's not like, it's not gonna affect my ability against Pinwheel much. It's not like changing my health or my damage output. Yeah, I tell you, if I used that shining shard, where the fuck I've got, Twinkling Titanite, if I used that on this sword and it was upgraded, this would be a hell of a lot easier. Oh my god, I love how that missed. That was so punishing. Because not only did it miss and he didn't die, so then he hit me, but then I was out of endurance, so he hit me again. I love pretty much all the Souls games, except for Dark Souls 2. And they all just have like a lot of like unique things about them. And like Demon Souls just has, and it's not like I love the aesthetic in a lot of these games, but like there's something so unique about the Demon Souls aesthetic and like the music and everything. It's just, it really is something special. And like, you know, some people are like really biased to whichever game they played first, because like that's the one where they're learning, and like that learning process and difficulty makes things more immersive. But I did not play Demon Souls first, and I still am like, yeah, the aesthetic is super unique and really awesome. But I mean, I love the aesthetic in Dark Souls 1 as well. Like, it's not even, I don't even know if horror is the right way of putting it. I mean, like, some of it is. It's just like, it kind of reminds me of Armored Core 4, because a big thing in Armored Core 4 is the world is like devastated, but it's still like beautiful, right? And it's kind of like getting along, and the you kind of, things become normal, right? Even though it's like not. And Demon Souls is just really like that. It's not, there's not a lot of like gore or like, you know, jump scares or like drooling monsters. It's not really like that. But it's like very ghostly. You know, you're in like the, oh god, you're in like Boletaria, and it's just, it's so like eerie, like how unalive it is, right? But it still looks, you know, fairly normal, right? Like something's wrong because like you don't have civilians around and people aren't talking. You know, the people you run into are just blindly attacking you and stuff. But like the environment looks pretty normal. There's a lot of that. A lot of like, you know, remnants. Because like Dark Souls is very much that. You know, you're coming here and this place has been out of commission for a long time, like Lordran. For Demon Souls, it hasn't been out of commission for a long time. They're both like in a ruined state, right? And not in like their prior glory. But Demon Souls, it's like, it's so recent, right? Like the kingdom's not fucked up. But it is fucked up because of the demons. That's the thing. Like, you know, it is technically fucked up, but it doesn't look fucked up. For Dark Souls 1, it looks fucked up. You know, it looks like it hasn't been like attended to for like 100 years or some shit. For Demon Souls, it's like it hasn't been attended to for like a week. By the way, the remaster fucks that up because, and there's like dialogue in the game that confirms what I'm saying, that like, you know, it hasn't been, you know, that long, like since like the sun, which is named Ostrava or Ostrava or whatever, it hasn't been that long. How did he shoot me through that? That's the physics there make no sense. Anyway, it hasn't been that long since he's been to his home, right? It's only been a little while. Where the way the remaster does it, there's like so much plant overgrowth and whatnot. It's like he hasn't been there in like, you know, a decade or some shit. Right? It makes no fucking sense. Yeah, they're just like, oh hey, we should do a bunch of vine growth because it would like look cool, but it doesn't. It's like doesn't work with the game. Can this guy just stop? Like he knows I'm low in stam, so he's just like pressure, pressure, pressure. Where to God? Room is toxic as hell. Do we have streams of when I played this where I couldn't kill these guys permanently at base level? Because I'm curious what my strategy was here. Maybe just run in and bonk the wizard with the Morning Star and hope he dies. Cause yeah, I don't know. Jesus, cause you can't kill him that fast when you're so weak. That's the thing. Cause like when you're higher level and if you don't have a divine weapon, you can just kill the necromancers in like a couple of hits and it's no big deal. I actually think this is the best version of the undead that they've done in all of the games. Because they kind of redid this in Elden Ring. There are some catacombs that have necromancers that work exactly like this. But the necromancers are always so close to the skeletons that it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't... There's no, like, dynamic encounter going on. Like, a lot of times the necromancer's in front of the skeletons and shit. Like, it's just stupid. And they don't, like, run away. Like, this guy will keep running away from you for a while. I think it's much better. Fuck. Dark Souls 2 just stands out so much. It's so much more shallow, and like a lot of people don't see it because I think most people, frankly, aren't like, they're not looking at it deep enough. But it's like all of the other games have like, you know, these interconnected worlds that, you know, they put a lot of effort into, like the spacing of the world, and like when you see something that's actually where it is and things like that. Where Dark Souls 2 is like this like bastardized puppet show version of that. You know, you see something off in the distance and you can go there, but that's not where it is, right? Like the geography doesn't sync up correctly. And you have the, you know, you go up and down an elevator and you're just in a different area that makes absolutely no sense at all. In my space volcano, there's so much of that. And it goes beyond the environment, right? The NPCs are like that. The NPCs are just like these vague cutouts that don't really mean anything. Like the blacksmith, in the fort, I forget the jail fort, you know, he just like flame, you know, it just means nothing. Like it's just dumb shit. They're just like cheap copies. They're like they're copying the surface level stuff of the prior games, and they're not understanding the like actual point of it. Now there are good things in Dark Souls 2, don't get me wrong, right? There are characters that are more unique to Dark Souls 2, where they're not really trying to copy something from Dark Souls 1 or Demon Souls, that are just like, hey, this is an interesting character, right? Like Lucatiel and Aldia and stuff like that. So it's not like, I'm not saying there's nothing good in Dark Souls 2, there is, but like it is not a well-rounded complete package at all. Like not even a little bit. You know, there's so much like shallowness to it. Oh my god, and the animations are so bad. The animation, and like you can see it in Night Rain, right? Like the few things from Dark Souls 2 that are in Night Rain, the animations stand out so bad. Like Smelter Demon's movements just look completely wrong. And it's hilarious when you get grabbed by a Duke's Dear Freya minion, one of the little spiders. Your Elden Ring character will do a Dark Souls 2 like struggle animation, and it looks so wrong. Like, it looks awful, and it just, like, the animation quality is so bad. And, like, Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 aren't like that. Their animations are fine. Like, if you put the animation, like, skeleton work of a Dark Souls 1 character in Night Rain, it would look fine. And same for most of the enemies. Like, I don't think Artorias his movements are gonna look bad. I don't think there's gonna be a problem there at all. Like, this guy is still running away from us. And again, when you have high damage, you can kill him before he gets away. But when you have low damage, it's really hard to finish him off in one go. Which actually makes it interesting. It makes this a very interesting encounter. Now, I really will give Dark Souls 2 this. Its world design is bad. It's incredibly bad. But its level design, like if each level in a vacuum, like what it looks like in a vacuum, like the art direction of the environments, just in a total vacuum, they look great. Like that dragon, like Mausoleum Place. And I can think of so many zones. They look fantastic. So that's really nice. This is fucking toxic. Publish the VOD. I will. Wait, can I publish the VOD? Like, I just hit up on the D-pad again. Like, before I'm done. Let me see. I cannot... The amount of times I've hit up on the D-pad. This is definitely going to be a problem in Tarnished Edition. Oh my god. Of course he does that. He just did half of my life, by the way. Can you just stop being like James Bond skeleton and just die? Okay, can I publish the VOD before I'm even done? I can. I think. Did it work? Why does it still say unpublished? I mean, I'm clicking it. Doesn't seem to be working. Bloodborne heal on triangle. Oh yeah, that's right. That's the whole thing. I cannot wait to watch Lost stream Elden Ring after he's played loads of Night Rain. Finally. Oh hey, it gave me a humanity. I keep trying to do charged R2s and it's not working. Oh yeah, this is a trapped one, I think. Yeah. Keeps on going. Boy, this is a real encounter when you're low level. Like when you're high level, you can just like one-shot these guys and run past them and shit. Holy fuck, you just had to do that. I don't know what's behind me. Okay, that works. That missed! These skeletons are so toxic. I did the input for a leap attack. Why did you stand up? I don't get why that guy resurrected. I used a a storage straight sword, so he should not have. Oh my god. Okay, well the necromancer's dead, so I like how I was clearly blocking there. Love how the hit stun there was just like the perfect length of time. Having a great time in the catacombs. Fucking counter hit damage somehow. That was counter hit damage. Did they really have to put these traps in here? Is this not toxic enough? Okay, it's much easier once you hit this switch. Because now I can actually get to that necromancer so he can't just shoot me for free. High patches. When in doubt, roll. There's so many skeletons. The timing on their roll attack and then this guy shooting fireballs, like, what an asshole. Just getting tagged by all the stupid shit. Get the hell out of here. Sir, I'm gonna need you to die. You are the worst guy that has ever lived. Boy, how did I do this without a weapon? Like, 'cause doing this at base level or close to base level, right, is always going to be a bit tough. But last time we played this, you know, like 5 years ago, you know, we didn't have a straight sword. We had Morningstar. How the fuck did I do that? Please tell me I uploaded the VOD, because I unironically, like, want to see what the hell my strategy was for some of these parts. I mean, I guess you, like, two-hand the Morningstar and try to get a bleed proc and just fucking kill them. I tell you, the catacombs is your first area. Really is fun though, because it's just so easy. Just the frame traps, man. Don't you do it? He did it. Well, there go my souls. I don't even know how many I had, to be honest. Yeah, maybe I did do the skip. Yeah, you can literally, there's a really, it's an insanely easy skip. Like, I'm quite confident I could still do it. It's not, like, hard at all. But yeah, there's a skip where you, can, like, jump down to the very end almost instantaneously. It's definitely not intentional. These are some of the most annoying enemies to run by, because the paths are so thin. And if you, like, roll, you're probably gonna roll off. And then they just do these, like, super fast attacks that have a really long stagger window. Like, it's just atrocious. Fucking necromancer. If I had enough damage, I would just kill. I guess I like have to do this part properly. It's just these two skeletons, and because I'm not doing the other part properly, I'm being chased by 5 million guys. This is so toxic, bro. Your mother was a hamster. And his father smelt of elderberries. That's the real insult. What the fuck? This man is just ignoring the laws of physics. Holy shit, dude. Is that the power Nito can give you? Just shoot fireballs through incredibly thick walls? What kind of just absolute nonsense is that? You have got to be kidding me. Also, that got him a counter hit, I think. Oh my god. And I never killed the guy down here. Okay, good, good. You too, yes, yes, do it, yes, you dumb motherfucker. The bad news is they're not actually dying, they're landing on the platform down there, so there's still gonna be a problem later. Oh no. I have been in better positions than they. Oh! How come they live and I don't, by the way? Bones OP. Okay. I'm not gonna kill everything, but I'm gonna kill some of this to make this a little bit more straightforward. I'm so tempted to just do the noob shortcut that lets you just skip everything, but we made it this far. Too much calcium. I like the Megabonk character that's a skeleton that's named Calcium. Bro, that should not have been a block. Where's the other one? Come on! These clowns are only worth 100 souls, too. Like, ridiculous. It's weird. This game is so much simpler than Elden Ring. But this is honestly harder than almost any... Like, this is, like, way harder than most of Elden Ring's stuff. The thing is, most people find Dark Souls 1 very easy because they don't do what I'm doing. And, I mean, fair enough. Like, you know, they're not holding back their level ups. They're gonna grab all the weapon upgrades. Right? The game is so open-ended that you can make your character, like, so over-leveled and, like, your gear over-tuned so quickly. And, like, you can have a plus, like, 10, plus 15 in, like, no time. And then that makes the game just so easy. Like, you can... I think Dark Souls 1 is one of the easier games to overstat in the whole series. But, like, just the positioning and, like, patience required for what I'm doing right now honestly exceeds any dungeon I can think of in Elden Ring. Now, I'll definitely say this, though. Consort Radahn is unquestionably the hardest boss in the series. And I wouldn't say for good reasons for the most part. It's a lot of just bullshit trial and error memorization nonsense. But regardless of why, he is definitely the hardest boss. And although he is cheesable, there are setups that allow you to cheese him and make him a good bit easier. And that's just true for every boss. Yeah, the light spam is really easy to get tagged or forget like what number you're on. There's a lot of annoyance there. Dude, you are just... And he I like how he backs away, right? That reminds me, like... You'll see like a fight in a school or on the street or something, and like there's like two guys beating up one guy, and then like some girl like hits the guy that's outnumbered already. And I'm like, oh, you're so brave. Like, motherfucker. But anyway, it's like that kicking when someone's down kind of thing. You know, that's what that skeleton did. I'm so close to doing the shortcut, because like the shortcut is extremely simple. I came back at the right moment, clearly. We haven't even made it to Pinwheel. Once we make it there, I'm definitely using the shortcut if we tie, because fuck this. Everybody knows gravity is the king of these games. I mean, Jesus. I've even died to gravity in Night Rain. When you're supposed to be immune to it. It still finds a way every once in a while. I think they fixed it, because you used to be able to, like, the hawk at the start would just drop you off the map for no reason. And that happened to a lot of people, but I think they patched it. I don't think it does it anymore. The real question is, how the fuck was it like that to begin with? This is the ring. Nope. It's in here somewhere. I swear that hitbox comes out before the animation does. Like, I just don't have enough damage to kill this guy before the skeletons cause a problem. This is so toxic. Dude, I wonder if the Morning Star, it was actually better in this part, like two-handing it and just bop, 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 and like get a bleed. Because like obviously with this sword I could kill the skeletons so they don't respawn, but it just takes too much time and it's like it's not fun. Like trying to like slowly go through all these skeletons, like fuck that. Also, I only have 5 flasks, so. Dude, these skeletons. I do not remember it being this hard to run past them, though, at all. These are just so difficult to run past. It's insane. Although mid-rolling is not helping with that for sure, but still. That's good. That's good. More of that, please. One way you can make this a lot easier, too, is you could kindle the bonfire. Get 5 more flasks. Okay. We're just gonna take it one at a time, because I'm not being chased by 10,000 skeletons anymore, because they all decided to jump off. Dude, look at the frame data on that attack, dude. Like, can I have that? Holy fuck. Dude's trying to be like Duchess's R1 from Night Rain there. God. Also, I would just like to point out, I'm actually confused because like Dark Souls 1, although a great game for the most part, and you'll definitely see this as we play through it, the enemies are generally a bit simpler, right? Fucking but these skeletons have the largest moveset like ever. Like even Night or regular Elden Ring don't have enemies with this large of movesets. And did you see that one earlier that did like he two-handed his weapon and like did a giant ass chop? Like their moveset is just huge. And like they nerfed these guys in Dark Souls 3. These guys are in Dark Souls 3 and they like nerfed them so hard. Like holy fuck. I swear they made these guys early in development and then they were like, man, if we put that much time into every enemy, we're never gonna finish. And so they because like no one else has a moveset this large. No, not much to do as a skeleton except master the blade. I guess so. And rolling, apparently. I guarantee you, like, by the time we play Tarnished Edition, I won't have played regular Elden Ring in a very long time, right? But I played Night Rain. But I guarantee you I'm not gonna die this much in a regular fucking dungeon. Like, no fucking way. I've died so many times in here. That was so lucky. That was so lucky. Now it's just you and me, you fucking prick. Look at so much health. Like, no wonder you can't kill him when there's a bunch of skeletons around. Jesus. Now, those skeletons did not die. So they're still down here. Oh, somebody died. I think they died in a way that they could get resurrected, though, because I didn't get any souls. Now, this is one of the only changes in the remaster that's not like there's a lot of changes, like humanity can't be used in PvP anymore, which I think is a huge mistake. dead angles are gone, which sucks. I think toggle escape is gone. I don't remember on that one though. But straight gameplay wise, they just added a bonfire here. You've only delayed the inevitable confrontation with the skeletons. Yeah, probably. I think they're right behind me.
Be gone with you. You'll spoil my focus.
Can't light it. Thankfully, I'm only fighting one of them. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, out of principle, I'm killing this one. Man, if that had made me do an R2 instead of a leaping attack and I got parried. Dude, he's trying... Look, this skeleton is like spawned way up there. It's not like he has AI pathing down here, like that's like specific, like scripted or something. And his ass is trying to get me into the bone wheels so hard. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've always assumed it's not a beard. It's like some Cthulhu shit. It's hard to tell though. This guy's kind of mysterious.
What's that then? Need some smithing? Then produce me some wares.
Oh yeah, this is a system. Totally forgot about this. Pretty good stuff here though.
If that'll be all, then be gone with you. You'll spoil my focus.
Also, they let you use multiple at once. In the original game, you could not do that.
What's that then? Then produce me some wares.
Now, the smart thing to do is for me to upgrade this thing. Because it gains 8 magic damage. And 8 physical damage. Which is very nice. But we will beat Pinwheel before we do any nonsense like that.
If that'll be all, you'll
Okay. Probably some demon stuff. He uses the Chaos Flame Ember. That's actually a good point. Yeah, because like the demon fire like makes you grow appendages and crazy shit like that. Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot to get that. It's not that big of a deal. So bone wheels have been in every single Souls game. They're in Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. And they've nerfed them in every game. Because they're so fucking strong in Dark Souls 1. Yeah, they nerfed them actually crazy hard in Dark Souls 2. They're so weak in Dark Souls 2. And then they like buffed them back a bit in Dark Souls 3, but not back to their full glory. I'll fight these guys head on in the Painted World. The best is when you try to block them, because then they just stun lock your shield stun forever. It's fucked up. Ooh. Oh, I hear one coming. Oh, that was no. No! I was so close, dude. Dude, Dark Souls 1. I'm telling you, Catacombs as your first dungeon is it's a hell of an experience. Fuck, that was half my life. It's because I'm running. The first like hit or two is a counter hit. Nope. Oh my god, you guys are the worst. Oh my god. Great. Now I'm gonna like, I'm down a flask and you take gravity damage here. What do I have to do to fast roll, man? There we go. Chat, if Pinwheel was playable in Night Rain, would you play him? Already got a clone. What? Bro, of all the times to miss. Look, I'm telling you, man, Pinwheel is not a joke, boss. He's only a joke because everyone fights him when their stats are through the roof. Like, that's a lot to deal with right there. That was actually really unlucky, though, because, like, he was cloning so much. That was, like, insane. Fucking But yes, they should put Pinwheel in Night Rain. And there's a few ways you could do it. One, you could give him way higher stats, so that's a huge fix. But maybe have him start off with clones. Main thing is your character is just so much slower in Dark Souls 1. Like that flame attack he just got me with, that attack would not be very dangerous in Night Rain because your character is just so much quicker. So like you could just get out of the way of it. This is actually easier from the other bonfire because you just do the shortcut and you come down at an angle where you don't really have to deal with the bone wheels. Because like these bone wheels are just ridiculous. There's a reason why when you're playing optimally, you don't come here first. But yeah, the angle I'm coming at is just the fucking worst. And like those two make you have to move in a way where the ones that are that's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. I was hit stun that entire time. I should check if toggle escape is in this game, because if it is, you could toggle to get out of the hit stun. I hate everything right now. Hi, Ace. How are you doing? I like how I still took damage somehow. I can't even imagine. Clones instantly. Did he just iframe me? Okay, no, he just had delayed death. That's the real one. Oh man. Like, see him like awkwardly moving like that. In Dark Souls 1, you're slow enough that that's actually an effective like spacing tool. In Night Rain, it wouldn't be at all. So he'd need to have some adjustments. Or like be spawned with another boss. Or like already have a bunch of his clones up, like something. He would work as like a support enemy though with another boss. Like these projectiles are a threat. Like he's such a boss based around like him moving around like this. And that only works because the Dark Souls 1 character is a lot slower. Oh boy. That's like a trick he does that most people don't even know about. When he gets low in health, he summons so many clones that all attack at once. But most people kill him and it's like so fast that they just skip that phase and they never even have to deal with it. Oh man, yeah, that was definitely like harder than Taurus Demon. Although I say that, and we'll see what happens. Mask of the Mother. Oh, I guess. Now the dream is you light the bonfire here, and you don't use it. You Homeward Bone out so you can teleport to it later. But I just don't want to deal with any of that. I just realized, though. Oh, no. I used that blacksmith bonfire. I didn't do the shortcut like a smart person. Oh, fuck. I have to get out of here. Oh, my God, no. Oh, no, dude. Oh, fuck me. I think you have to go to the left. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I think it's the left here. Hi, guys. Alrighty. Back to this part. Chat, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna die this many times to any dungeon in Tarnished Edition. There's just no way. Like, I've already died so many times, and we are not out of here yet. How's it going? Painfully. Maybe I need to kill these guys. Maybe just, like, kill one or two of them. Okay, that's nice. There's a necromancer down here? This is where I need, like, a friend that has, like, control over the music, and you just start playing the Necromancer theme from Castle Crashers. The fucking Black Knight. Jesus Christ. That turnaround! What is this, Dark Souls 2? Dude has to do a stupid, like, oh! Gotta go the other way animation. If you're blocking, he doesn't do that. That's why it's really common to run around like this, so you can turn around instantly. Like, I know he still did it actually. I guess it's just Dark Souls 3 that's like that. Well, there goes 15,000 souls. Hey, I have killed Pinwheel. Thank you. Pinwheel is dead. That is not the issue right now. Oh. I'm just trying to go home, dude. Like, I just want to get out of here. This isn't even the right way. This like doubles back. Is it the oh my god, is it past the necromancer? That's so fucking toxic. I tell you, next time we do pinwheel first, I'm leveling up. Like, more than the tiny bit I leveled up for, like, the sword and stuff. Like, I swear to God. Let me wear some armor and still be able to fast roll. At least we died in the water. Dude, this is so fucking, like, hard. Like, these guys kill you so fast. It's not fair at all. Dude, we've lost so many souls down here. Like, we did all of this, not for any souls, because we lost them even from the boss. So we did all of this for the Rite of Kindling, which we don't really need early game, and a Mask of the Mother, which looks ridiculous. It's a good item, but looks dumb as hell. I'm going the wrong way. I think I'm going the wrong way. I don't even know what... I have no idea where to go. Everything's a dead end. Honestly, if you're a new player, and C9, thank you for the sub. If you're a new player and you get this far in and you kill Pinwheel, but then you can't get out, you either grind and level up, or you just start a new character. Like, I mean, honestly, if you grind and like, you use these souls to level up and stuff, like what I could have done, and I did this, I'm intentionally not doing this, because when I do the Berg, I want to be as weak as I'm supposed to be for the Berg, right? Because what I could have done is taken those 15,000 souls from Pinwheel, and when I Homeward Boned, I could have just leveled, right? But I intentionally didn't do that because I don't want Taurus Demon to be super easy. But anyway, any sane player that was like playing for the first time and is like stuck down here, they would absolutely have leveled up there. I think there's a secret wall behind that Necromancer. Yeah, I did not. Those souls got sent into the void. Like I said, this has been purely for like the challenge, because I wouldn't have used any of the stuff I've gained anyway. Like, even if I didn't die, I wouldn't have used it, so. That's why I don't really care that I lost it. Nope, not it. I have no idea where to go. I have absolutely no idea. I guess it's the other way and I just missed something, but it didn't seem like it. That was pretty dead end. I can't decide what I want to do in Tarnished Edition, because the new classes, I've done the math. Like, I know how to like break down the stats versus your starting level. I've known that since Dark Souls 2. And the two new starting classes are very meta for PvP. For a lot of setups. So the first one I make, I'd like to be a character that's, you know, I can use in PvP. But then, like, I don't know what... Oh, that is bullshit. That is there are two holes in the ground that kind of seem like where you're supposed to go and are very easy to hit. This ladder looks... Good God, I bet you when I played this like 3 years ago or whatever, and we had the Morning Star, I bet you I had the exact same experience. And I bet you I said the exact same thing, that's bullshit, because that just looks like the fucking wall. There's the tomb here to go to Nito, which, I don't think we need to do, really. Although you can get the Gravelord sword, which is a great early game weapon as well. Okay, we're on the right track here. If I die, it is so much progress loss. want to go home. Oh my god, this better open from this side. Thank god. You... Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, the catacombs is so horrible. Like, when you come here at high level, and like, so these guys aren't like chunking your health bar, and you can kill them in a hit or two, you know, you don't really notice. But this place, it has so many more enemies than most zones. For some reason, the skeletons have this like incredibly massive moveset that's like ridiculously intricate for no fucking reason. And there's bone wheels in here. And these goddamn necromancers. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare. If that fireball had hit me. I cannot think of anything in Elden Ring that is this toxic. The thing is, in Elden Ring, you can always teleport out, right? If you're like, fuck this area, you can always just leave with no consequences, which I actually don't like. I actually don't like that at all. I kind of like that you have consequences, and you know, getting in and out requires effort. Yeah, I think you should only be able to teleport between bonfires that are like the Undead Parish, like blacksmith area, and like Firelink Shrine, like safe zones. And then when you're at a bonfire, like deep in a dungeon, you should not be able to use that bonfire to go to a safe zone. I think you should only be able to teleport from a safe zone to a safe zone. I think that's way better for a game like this. And I think the other games should be like that too, for the most part. The reason why people say these games are easier is because of knowledge. Because if I wanted to, I could have like destroyed this game by now. Like, I could have just obliterated this game by now, because I know how to get the large ember and the very large ember. I could have upgraded my weapon a bunch. Like, I could have leveled up. I know how to route where to like grab a lot of good items without having to fight anything, and then get a bunch of souls for free from soul items and stuff. And then I could just over level. I could be so high level right now and with a bunch of OP equipment, and then because then your decisions don't matter. And I see this in a lot of games where people like over prepare, and that's what they consider being good. But like, they don't get any better at dealing with the skeleton's moveset. They just, oh, the skeleton hit me, who cares? Right? That's what's actually happening. And the thing is, when you, and most streamers too that play this game after the fact, their chat spoils everything, and they tell them all these like early game power weapons and all that kind of stuff. And then if they've already played the later games, they at least know stuff about like recovering their souls and all that. And so they just over level. And like, I've done that because I've played all of the games at low level and with low weapon upgrade. And they all have the stuff in them that are pretty challenging. Like Gwyn, if you know you're low level and low damage and whatnot, is still pretty damn hard. And what I see is more of like the later games are, I hate to say this because I still like the later games, but the later games are honestly just cheaper. I wouldn't really call them harder. They just use more cheap tactics to kill you. Like, there's a lot of attack animations on the enemies that you couldn't intuit no matter what. They're like designed to be obtuse. So like the whole like delay, like an arbitrary amount of time. And then when the attack finally goes off, the attack doesn't have to travel through the air, right? It doesn't have to get to you. It just like teleports into you, right? And so you just have to memorize it, right? So that forces you to die more. That like forces you to have to trial and error. And people like have confused that with it being harder. But like, I don't think that's really harder. I just think that's cheaper.
Hello.
It's just kind of like an arbitrary way to like force you to play Simon Says, essentially. This guy's like Omega Evil. I love how Lautrec can tell that this guy's faking it and is like acting nice, and he's actually a killer. I really like that. And this is also a good example of like one of the earliest context clues about like environmental storytelling mattering. And when I first played the game, I didn't even think that environmental storytelling was going to matter, because I found his stash back here, right? And you find like a red eye orb for invading, and you find like a backup of his equipment and stuff like that. And it kind of if you pay attention, it's kind of obvious it's his stash, right? That he hid those items there. and they're items that are, you know, bad, you know, red eye orbs and stuff. So he's up to no good, and that's like a huge hint. Okay, so I wasted that humanity earlier to go human form, but now that we're not doing something so hard, surely it'll be fine. Wait, there's that jump right there. Although I guess I don't need to. It's a sacrifice ring. I don't really need that. I should have done that jump first, though. These are definitely enemies that demonstrate shields being OP. Like, none of these guys can handle a shield bounce. Like, not only is it that easy, but, like, you get a counter hit. That's what that green spark is. He just iframed me. Like, almost every enemy here, you can just kill this way. So much easier. They're not doing a bunch of crazy follow-up attacks, and you're not getting swarmed from weird angles, and you can kill them in a low amount of hits. Oh, the ragdoll. How the fuck is he still stuck on me? To the depths. Guarantee you that guy's killed a bunch of people. Over the years, in all the different versions, like the PlayStation version, Xbox version, remastered version, I wish they could track the data and display over the enemies' heads how many players they've killed over the years. Because you know some of the enemies would have way more than others. Like, especially in certain locations where they're, like, tricky. But look how easy this is compared to the catacombs. And the catacombs ends up being kind of like this if you go there later and you're stronger. And it's not so bad. I just realized that humanity we had gained from killing the necromancers and stuff, we've lost because we dropped our souls. That's so unfortunate. They're trying their best. I can make them hard by... Okay, you know what? We'll spice it up. I think I'm wanting to show how Asura's Straight Sword is so good. But I think it's already kind of proven in this area. I can switch to the broadsword. I don't think you can jump off of this ladder. I could also get rid of the shield. Because the shield is really what makes them easy. BS. Looks like these guys be only one hit if you counter hit. Two hit otherwise. I'm sure the Asura's Straight Sword would one-shot them no matter what. Dude, these walls. That's one area the Souls games have always been really bad. Is you are so affected by walls and stuff, and the enemies are not. Like, they don't bounce off the walls. That's just total cheating. I don't think it's because, though, FromSoft actually wants to have an advantage on the enemies like that. It's because they don't want to make a wall bounce animation. Although, in my opinion, they could just do the shield bounce animation in place of it. Because when you fight like invaders, I think they can bounce off walls, I think. I have mixed feelings. This is a big thing I don't like about weapons bouncing off walls. Is your attack is more like representative of, like, you know, just generic fighting. Because any idiot with like a broadsword here and this kind of environment would be able to move their arm in a nuanced way to not hit the fucking wall, like, you know, that, well, I don't know why that didn't bounce. But anyway, so it just doesn't, like, it's kind of daft, right? And like what you have to do is you have to switch weapons to a weapon that's like a spear or just has a thrust attack like the Boulder Side Sword or whatever that doesn't go to your side. Because some thrust weapons will like attack, you know, from like the side a lot, and it'll still hit that wall bounce, and it's just silly. Yeah, Boulder Side Sword is such a good weapon. And I would definitely say, like, the Boulder Side Sword is a better weapon than the Astora Straight Sword. But, like, the Astora Straight Sword is so much more obtainable. Like, the Boulder Side Sword's kind of far into the game. Unless you get really lucky. Oh, yeah, if you block there, you don't stagger. But yeah, I'm literally using the Broadsword just to make the game harder, because the Astora Straight Sword will just crush these guys. That's kind of the point, though, of, like, me saying it's not a noob weapon, like a noob trap. Obviously, it's a new weapon as in it's powerful, but like I don't think it really ever falls off. And then if you want to use something else, though, you just transition because the stats required to wield it are perfectly safe and fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with leveling up Faith. Faith is great. Go get you a Wrath of the Gods, man. Even the Drake Sword is definitely more of a noob weapon than or like a noob trap, more than Astora Straight Sword, but even it I don't think is that bad, because one, if you actually get the dragon scales and level it up to +5, it's still pretty good. Like you can beat any boss with it, and it does reasonable damage. And then like off memory, the stats needed to wield it aren't that bad. So you can transition into another weapon without much trouble. And odds are most people aren't going to use a bunch of different weapons that use the dragon scales, right? So it's not a big deal. Also, these guys are kind of annoying because normally they're a little bit spread out, but these guys are just like right next to each other. So if I do anything, I'm going to get hit by the other one. Wow, they both counter hit. This is kind of ridiculous. Like, they normally are not just like this stuck on each other. There's just really no way for me to hit them without getting wrecked. Or he could just stop blocking for no reason. That's where you just don't fight them, though. Like, you can just run past them or back up, it's no problem. I forget what the lore on Wrath of the Gods is in this game. They're all in this game like a tale. They're like based on a myth, and then like belief in that myth makes it's stronger. It'd be kind of like a myth like of Achilles, and it makes it so you can only be killed if you hit in the heel or something if your faith is strong enough. This is really just a PvP thing, which we're not bothering with. I don't really like PvP in Dark Souls 1 PvP is fine. I don't mind it at all. I don't like, though, the PvP in the remaster because dead angles are gone, and I think that's a huge L. Like, I think it makes the PvP so much worse. And there's no humanity, which I think that's also bad. I think humanity was such a great healing item because it allowed you to like counter hosts that are stalling, but it wasn't safe. Like if they got any balls and decided to like attack you, they could cancel your healing easily. You know, humanity is such a slow heal, so it ended up being very balanced in my opinion. But yeah, removing the humanity and dead angles I think make the PvP a lot worse. And also nowadays, the PvP is just going to be nothing but twinks and that kind of thing. But most people complain about the backstabs, but honestly, it's not that hard to prevent getting backstabbed once you understand it. Oh yeah, there's this shortcut here that lets you go into the lower burg. Do we try that? It's pretty cool. Every time you fail, though, it's kind of miserable. I used to be kind of good at doing this. I haven't played in so long, I feel like I'm gonna be bad. I think it's easier if you're mid-rolling. Might as well try it a few times. It is pretty cool. The hard part is you get into a combat like immediately if you pull it off. Oh man, I don't remember. There's a little trick to this and I just don't remember what it is. I actually wish this shortcut was legit. I wish there was like a legit platforming thing you could do that wasn't so silly. I think having a skip into the lower berg is totally fine. I don't think it makes any like balance issues for the game. Okay, well that's part 1. I think you have to jump here, right? Like you jump over that way. Oh fuck, I think we did it. Look at that fall damage. Thankfully I didn't aggro the dog. You can get unlucky and the dog can just be right there and, like murder your ass. That was awkward. Oh, I should switch to a Stora's straight sword. This is no time to be holding back. Okay, let's not like do the lower berg. Let's open up a fucking shortcut in case I die, so I don't have to do that shit again. I'm playing real safe right now. Oh yeah, I think you can like. This may not be one of the doors. Oh my god, yep. I'm going full cheese mode right now. I don't want to fuck this up. Okay, he backed up too much. Bro. I really like their hood. It's such a cool looking, it gives you like the like dark effect that they have where your face is like shadowy. It's really cool. These guys have a grab. You gotta be careful. They can also backstab you. And they can flash. God damn it. They can also parry. When there's only one of them, it's not a big deal, but when there's multiple, it's easy to fuck up and get tagged. Lots of cool loot down here, but for the love of God, like he was waiting to attack so long, the other dog was gonna get on me. Actually, I think the other dog is... Oh, maybe there isn't another dog. I guess I'm crazy. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. But yeah, this shortcut is honestly so, like, nice, and it's so in line with the kind of shortcuts that are in the game that I wish it was legit. I mean, it is kind of legit because you don't have to do, like, a glitch or anything wild, but it's obvious that the devs didn't intend it. Do we fight Copper Demon? Because, like, normally you fight Copper Demon by getting some, like, armor and, like, the wolf ring or something, and then you can just face tank the dogs. But, yeah, maybe we just fight him now. I think he's harder to fight now than fighting Taurus Demon now. So, Copper Demon, how... He could definitely be put into Night Rain. He'd make a... Either you combo him with another enemy, right? Like, as a night boss. Or you put him in, like, just by himself with, like, the dogs in, like, a mine or something like that. That would be, like, fine. And if you wanted it to be just him, you'd have to spruce him up and, like, give him, like, a whirlwind attack so he could fight multiple players or whatever. But I think he works fine as just, like, an assist boss for another boss. Or as, like, him with the dogs in, like, an enclosed area and, like, a mine. That'd be totally fine. Yeah, or, like, an Everjail boss. I think if you made him an Everjail boss, you need to spruce him up a little bit. Because, again, the Dark Souls 1 players are just so much slower than the Night Rain characters. I don't think... It'd be so easy to space his attacks. But I really wish they would put, like, so much stuff from the past games in. And then just, like, take... You don't have to... Like, a lot of the suggestions I make about how to make the bosses, like, you know, keep up with Night Rain... I'm, like, trying to make them in a way where it wouldn't take that much development work, right? Because, like, the Gaping Dragon thing where they give him the puke, like spews out of him when he's running around, like the projectile balls. That's because it's not an animation. That's particle effects, right? So they don't really have to do anything. And, like, adding in another enemy and stuff like that, that doesn't take any work. Undead Berg themed camp would be cool. Yeah, like a node that's a little, like, ruined little town. Yeah, that'd be sick. Yeah, I hope they make a Night Rain 2 and they really just spruce that stuff up. Like, take advantage of all the resources they have and, you know, actually procedurally generate things. That's kind of the biggest problem, is the game's not procedurally generated. So I'm really worried that the DLC is not going to add much variety at all. I think it'll, like, the new bosses, when you fight them, will be different and new, but then they'll just be that same new thing. They're not going to mingle, right? The old isn't going to mingle with the new. I have a feeling the 2 new boss stages are going to have all the new stuff in it. And maybe there'll be like a new seed here and there for the old stages that have the new stuff. But then the old seeds will just spawn and just be as they were. And that's so shit, dude. We'll see, though. Oh my god, I almost died there. It's possible that, you know, they're going to actually, like, look at how flawed their system is and they're actually going to try to address it. But I kind of doubt it. I want Lothric enemies to be in a shifting earth, like a shifting earth that's like a castle type theme, a kind of Lothric castle-esque. And at the end of the shifting earth event, you fight the twin princes or something like that. I think that'd be awesome. I think that's a much better way of bringing back the old bosses. That way you're not just fighting them in the middle of nowhere, right? Because you can see in the trailer, they're fighting Artorias in just like a field in the middle of nowhere, right? It's like, it'd be so much cooler if you find like an Abyss Cave shifting earth event and you work through some stuff, and at the end of it you fight Artorias. You know, that's so much cooler. And like, just, I wish they really put in a little bit more effort into making sure the enemies keep up. But I think it's because they don't have a lot of time and budget. So, but the game's been so successful that I think the next game like Night Rain will have the time and budget. I'm about to die. I couldn't turn around either. There was just nothing I could do there. I miraculously did not die though. I could tell with the spacing there was just no way for me not to get hit there. Man, it's really hard not to get frame trapped in the early game. Like when you don't level up and stuff. Yeah, we do kind of look like patches. I love how that just for some reason went through my shield and then like staggered me for like enough time for the second hit. And then even though the flask went off, I didn't get healed. That was just impossible. If I healed, they were always gonna stagger it. And I was gonna bleed if I blocked. That really sucked. Yeah, Night Rain sold very well. They really needed to have made it cross-platform though. There's just like so many things you could do to make it better. Because it's like such a fun game, but it's honestly designed like ass. Like the fact that they're not procedurally generating like the layouts and stuff. I mean, it's just insane. Like just on. And also, I can't even, like, it's so much work, right? Like, they're faking it being random, right? They literally handcrafted every seed. That's just, that is so much fucking work. What is wrong with you? Dude, I cannot stand these fucking dogs. Like, they're not like this in the other games, honestly. They don't, like, attack like this. They're just so fucking impossible over here. The answer, that was lucky. The answer is poise, by the way. It's two things. If it's only one dog, you let them shield bounce, and then you just hit them. Because here's the problem. Like, I know these dogs super well. They are just such a like, annoying enemy. Because if you're not using a shield, and you like dodge one of their attacks, and then you go to attack them, they can just on pure randomness, they can like backstep with iframes, and it won't work. And they can do that over and over and over and over and over again. Where if you get them to shield bounce, they're staggered long enough that you can hit them and kill them. But the best way to get rid of them is having enough poise that you don't stagger. So whenever they attack, you just hit trade with them and they die. And then there's just no bullshit. But like right now, we can't really do that. Actually, I could. If I put all my armor on, I could do that, but... And that's why like this game is way more like knowledge based, because like you can trivialize everything in this game pretty easily. Like if I wanted to, I could no death Dark Souls 1 without really any trouble. But you play in like such a lame, boring way that it's not, I don't find that enjoyable. However, when you do what I'm doing and you're not leveling up a lot and you're not like doing smart things and you're going out of order in ways just to make it harder, it can be frustrating because like some of the enemies are honestly kind of just stupid, like the way they work. Like when you fight 2 or 3 dogs at the same time and you have low poise and stuff and like low bleed resist, it's kind of just ridiculous. Because there's a lot of RNG, like when what attack they decide to do and if they decide to leap away from you and stuff. Like, cause the dogs can just leap away like so often, it's kind of wild. You know, the fighting next would be so much worse than Consort Radahn that he wouldn't really even matter there. Like that. Because it's so funny that Armored Core 6 is like in the same game engine as Elden Ring. So you can port things over back and forth between the two games very easily. And for some reason, and this is just crazy because this, I guess, is like the flip side. So you have them handcrafting every seed instead of doing procedurally generated, which is so much work and is just dumb, and it results in the game being worse, even though it's a lot of work. Armored Core 6, same philosophy. For some reason, all of the mechs are built to scale. All of them, right? It's not like you have a bunch of like shrunken little buildings and cars and stuff to make it look like it's to scale. It's actually to scale. So when you port over like an Armored Core from Armored Core 6 into Elden Ring, it's actually ginormous, right? And it's like the correct size scale. And so because of that, anytime like you would fire an assault rifle in Armored Core 6, the bullet size would be so huge to a Elden Ring character that it would not be reasonable to like deal with that at all. There's like a lot of stuff like that. Like if you do like assault armor, you know, like there's absolutely no way to dodge that. Yeah, one assault armor would clear the map. Yeah, because it's a bit of a lingering hitbox, I'm pretty sure too, so there's just no way you'd be able to dodge it. Dude, this is so much more toxic than I'm gonna have to whip out the armor, honestly, because like I'm just getting way too beat up getting to the boss. I like how I was facing forward and I rolled backwards, and the millisecond I rolled, it meant my back was to them, and so he just instantly backstabbed me. That is so stupid, dude. That is so fucking stupid. Like, you're just rolling backwards and he just like teleports into a backstab with no animation. Okay, I've had enough of this nonsense. Now, I mean, in fairness, like, I'm handicapping myself a lot. I'm not like, if I was really trying to do this, like, at low level or whatever the fuck, I'd be doing things so differently. Because, like, in Elden Ring, whenever I've made, like, a PvP character, and I've, like, gone through Elden Ring at, like, a really low level and a really low weapon upgrade, you know, I take advantage of the open world, and I don't fight a single tough enemy until I've, like, ran around the open world for, like, an hour. Right, and then I've got just so many like bullshit upgrades and whatnot. If you actually try to get in there like this in Elden Ring, it's pretty hard too. Because if I wanted to, I could be running around the world and running past enemies and like picking up all kinds of bullshit in this game, and I'm just not doing that. I did a little bit at the start, but like I could be doing so much more. Oh, boss weapons? You can do it at any blacksmith. Like, you can do it at the giant, any of them. It's not really about, what matters is like what the weapon is. It has to be like a very specific, basically you have to have the it's so weird. It's honestly the weirdest thing they've ever done. I can't think of any other game that's like this. Basically, like, for example, if you want to make Quelaag's Fury Sword, you need any curved sword. So it could be Shodel, it could be Falchion, right? Any of that stuff. You need one of those weapons at the correct weapon upgrade. Not too high, not too low. Like, I think it has to be like plus 10. It depends on like the boss weapon and stuff. I forget some of it, but it's super bizarre. It's kind of a cool like little hidden RPG thing, so I get that, but I think it's a little too hidden. Where I think the way like the later games do it is just fine. Cause see, look, he just RNG iframed me, and if he hadn't done that, he would have died. And like the difficulty spike when enemies do that at the right time, and especially with like dogs, is just crazy. Oh yeah, another popular strategy when you're wanting to like be low level, and I don't really like when people do low level stuff like this. It's not really being low level because they're just doing everything to not actually play like it's low level. So like you get like Pyromancer Flame because its scaling is independent of level. And so like you can one-shot almost every enemy in this fucking game with a leveled up Pyromancy Glove, right? So it doesn't matter that you're low level. He just like iframed me like 3 times, and he just went for a 4th there. Okay, that was so much smoother. But let me get the shortcut here. And like that's how almost all the games are, right? When people do low level stuff, they're doing they're like min-maxing rings and all this stuff to basically make it where they're not low level anymore. And like that's fine. You can play however you want. There's nothing wrong with playing that way, but like that's not really what I look for. I try to like emulate the difficulty of what it was like when you were playing through it the first time and you didn't know how to do all that stuff, right? Like, being able to one-shot enemies when you're low level is not really the same thing as when you did it the first time and you had to hit the enemy 5 or 6 times. Like, just it changes your strategy and your like what you can get away with so much. Always good to have a few of those. You know what? I don't really need to use my souls for a while, so I'll buy another one.
Come again, if you please.
Okay. Man, the lower berg though is way harder than the regular berg. Those dogs and the assassin guys. Those assassin guys are never seen again. It's a very tiny little, alleyway for a zone, and that's the only time you ever see them. They would get wrecked in Night Rain. Their moveset just doesn't work. Their moveset almost exclusively works because of the way the Dark Souls 1 character is. It'd be so easy to backstab them and just like two-hand get through their block and shit like that, and jump attack so they can't parry you. They'd just be nothing. Like their hitboxes are pretty small and stuff. They might surprise some people by backstabbing them, though. I like how the dog hit me, so I got hit by the leap there, because let him break my guard. Now I have no stam, so I can't get out of the way. That is so unlucky that Capra Demon was able to hit me there. Okay, but yeah, look, his moveset, I just don't like. There's no way this moveset would do well in Night Rain unless you had to fight him like an enclosed area, like in a mine. And he definitely would need like the dogs and stuff. You could do some minor stuff like I don't know. Most of the stuff I can think of wouldn't fit him thematically. Like that two-handed slash he's doing, you could make it so he shoots out like a projectile with it, but that just wouldn't make any sense. That is so dude, that is so bullshit. Like, he spun on a dime there. He's facing like forward and then he just turned around and hit me. It's so ridiculous. God, now I have to do all of that again. I could go from the other side and it'd be a lot faster. But yeah, he like, to really make him better, you need to make new animations for him, like new attacks. Especially in multiplayer. Like, if 3 people are attacking him, you know, whoever he's targeting can just play safe. And then the other 2 just beat the shit out of him. And his moveset just doesn't have any way of dealing with that kind of thing. But yeah, I would just use him as like a mine mini boss or something like that. Because in a mine with 2 dogs with them, they'd probably use the Elden Ring dogs, which aren't as like strong, but still, that'd be pretty tough. I like how I just took all that damage and all that extra bullshit for some loot that didn't matter at all. Yeah, Omen Killers basically are... Yeah, I agree. The Omen Killers are basically Capra Demon at Elden Ring speed. I agree. You know what you could do is you could take... Honestly, this is... some people probably hate this, but I don't mind this at all. Take Capra Demon, and you could probably keep a few of his attacks, like some of his like generic swings. But then literally take the animations of the Omen Killers and put them on Capra Demon. And then maybe make some slight adjustments to kind of be more flavorful and mix it up and make it, you know, a little bit harder. But that's pretty much what I would do. Wait, do you ever fight Omen Killers in Night Rain? Because that's so weird, because they'd be a fun enemy to fight in Night Rain. Like, because a lot of times in regular Elden Ring, because there's a lot of like, you know, fair one-on-one stuff, you can cheese them and like just destroy them. But in Night Rain, they can have higher stats and they can be red and they can have allies with them. So you have to like a lot of fights with Banished Knights in Night Rain have been a lot more like fun to me, and like really had to respect their movesets a lot more than I normally would in the regular game. And that's nice, especially on higher depth. So like that, the Omen Killers would be really nice that way. Yeah, there's Omen, but I don't remember any Omen Killers in, yeah, they're the ones like Capra Demon, and they do like his same leap attack, but then they do like 2 follow-up leap attacks. Yeah, I know there's no Clearrot Knights, which is crazy, because that's an enemy they put a lot of effort into. That's super weird to me that the, Didn't reuse them. The Nicola Knights, who got, you know, some pretty crazy attacks. They're not in. Actually, most of the Knights aren't in. I think it's just the Lindell ones and the Godric ones. Yeah, they don't have the Radon ones, because the Radon ones have a lot of special stuff as well. I guess you do have that one camp. There's that one camp where you can get the Radon Knights, but I'm not sure a lot of like the side grunt guys are even there. Yeah, no Cuckoo Knights. They don't have as much special stuff though compared to like the Radon ones. I like how how I had to dodge the boss. Oh my god, really? Made it so the dog was guaranteed to hit me. It is wild how much slower your character is though. Like when you get hit by like him falling on your head there, like the amount of recovery frames compared to like Elden Ring is just insane. That's so bullshit. Oh, I'm mid-rolling. Because, like, the extreme recovery time after one of my R1s, that's how he hits you. Is because you think you'll be ready, but you're not. But, like, none of the recovery time in Elden Ring is, like, that long, unless you're using, like, a huge weapon. But then you're probably staggering him and shit, so it's totally different. Like, I almost got hit there, and that would not have been close if it was Elden Ring. So that's why he needs, like, quite a buff. One thing you could do, actually, that would help him a lot is, don't make his startup animations any faster. Make them all the same, but shorten his recovery time. Because that way, that means he can go from one attack to the next a lot faster, but you still have some warning on the attack because you didn't get rid of the startup. I think that's actually a really good way of doing it. That's actually a good principle in general, I would say, because it will prevent them from doing cheap crap because the startup is still there, but yeah, they don't have to wait so long. Because, like, holy fuck, that wait time he just had in Elden Ring, you could just beat the shit out of him in that amount of time. I don't know how you're supposed to heal on this guy, really, without getting hit. Well, that'll work. I just really wish they would take some time to think about like what I'm talking about, because it's kind of obvious they really don't. Like a lot of the enemies from the past, like Smelter Demon, it's just like he's so weak, like compared. I will say on higher depth he's kind of a problem, not because of his moveset, but because the AoE burn that he does starts to really add up. And like, if you're not gonna buff Smelter Demon, that's fine, but then you need to like use him very differently, right? So like, if Smelter Demon is gonna have like a weaker moveset, because like ultimately, because Smelter Demon doesn't have like faster stuff and more follow-ups, he's more like a trash mob. So you need to fight him. You need to fight 2 Smelter Demons is what I'm getting at, right? I think it's like, I don't understand. There's 3 of you. Why are you fighting a single Smelter Demon? Because here's what I would do. This is not hard to do. This is easy. The game that we already know Night Rain can detect if you're playing solo, because if you're playing solo, it allows you to buy the self-res item. The enemies give slightly more souls and stuff like that. So if the game is detecting you're playing solo, you know, instead of just enabling what I just said, some boss fights should be different, right? So if you get Smelter Demon, he should have like an ad with him, right? Like, and like it can be, you know, just like whatever you know, thematic enemy they want. And if it detects 2 players, then there can be 2 Smelter Demons. And then 3 players, you could do 3 Smelter Demons. I don't think that's unreasonable. I really don't. Like, you 1 player for each Smelter Demon, or you know, if you want to mix it up with who's on what, you can. And you'll have to worry about your teammates, like AoE explosion and stuff. But I think that's reasonable. I don't think that's a problem. And like, if there were 3 Smelter Demons, you know, people are gonna have to get good to some extent, which is kind of the idea. Red, blue, and green. You could like do 2 red and 1 blue or something like that. We really should do Taurus Demon. Now, Taurus Demon, what I would do is you either add some like demon fire to his stuff, right? So when he like does his like slam, it makes an explosion. Or you just use the Dark Souls 3 one. I actually think the Dark Souls 3 or Taurus Demon is really good. The only issue is his health isn't very high, so you can like kind of just murder him. But I think his moveset's fine. I think it would keep up with Elden Ring decently well. He might need to be comboed with another enemy, but yeah, I think but mainly just give him more like poise. Give the Dark Souls 3 Taurus Demon a bunch of poise, because he has a lot of AoE attacks and stuff, so I think he'd be fine. Yeah, I mean, high depth, everything's tough. Because the enemy's going to live long enough that if you just slip up and you don't understand how to deal with the attack or whatever, it's going to catch up with you. Right? Like Caligo is a good example of that. Because Caligo normally dies before she ever uses any of her like tricky stuff. And certainly using it more than once, right? And so you just don't even notice it. Where on like higher depth, Caligo it's not like the hardest boss, but like it's like, oh, okay, this is a real boss fight now. I have to actually kind of learn some of this stuff. And yeah, it's true for basically everything. But it's just a shame because, like, I don't want to spoil it too much for the people that haven't played regular Elden Ring yet, because I know some of my chat are waiting for Tarnished Edition. But there's a bunch of bosses from base Elden Ring that aren't in the game, and it's so weird. It's so why the fuck did they do that? Because they're like, well, the lore. Who gives a shit about the lore? You have fucking Smelter Demon in the game, right? So it shouldn't matter at all. I think it's just so weird that they did that. Ouch! Oh my god. I will say there is an aspect of Dark Souls 1 that I do think overall, like, if you're trying your hardest, I don't think Dark Souls 1 is as hard as, like, Elden Ring. Although, I don't know, in Elden Ring, you can level up a lot, too, and use magic cheese and all kinds of stuff. But, something that is uniquely difficult about this game is just how fucking weighty it is. Like, oh my god. Like, you get hit by, like, the dog, and you're staggering for so long, or you try to turn around, or you get hit by a bomb. Like, just the wait time on all the actions is so long that it's just very likely that it means you get hit by something else. Where like in Elden Ring, it's very snappy, and like generally speaking, after getting hit once by like a dog or whatever, you can absolutely dodge or do something before you get hit again. Sometimes it's not the case, but most of the time it is. In this game, it's like the opposite. It's like normally if you get hit, you're waiting around for so long, you're getting hit again. Now you can use poise in this game to like deal with that, but that's a whole other thing. Like, this game basically like really wants you to be patient, like a lot more so than the other games. Yeah, Caligo does run away a lot. Like a lot. And then she does a lot of anti-aggro, and you have to wait for the crystals. But this is what I keep telling my friends, because some of my friends are really struggling with the depth mode. Thankfully, they're enjoying it, so they're not like bitching or anything. But they are very much struggling with the higher difficulty of the depths. And what I keep telling them that has definitely helped is it's a marathon, not a race, right? When you're in the open field, it's a race, right? But when you're fighting a Night Boss or a Night Lord, there is no time limit. So if you're rushing, you're kind of just fucking up. So, you know, if you're like, man, Caligo put some ice crystals in a spot that's really annoying, and I'm not sure, I might have to, like, hit trade, just don't. Just back off, right? Just wait. And yeah, that can be annoying, don't get me wrong, but that really is the mindset you need to have with, the day 1 and day 2 and then the Night Lords. It's a fucking marathon, not a race, and, you know, you need to pace yourself and don't lose health for no reason and shit like that. That motherfucker. I like how he killed his teammate. Dark Souls 2 is so weird because it only feels clunky at the start when you don't have adaptability, and then it feels so clunky, like to the point of where it just is. It's just so weird. Like things will hit you that just shouldn't hit you at all. And then once you level up your adaptability, then it's like the opposite, and then like you should get hit and you don't. I actually really like Elden Ring's pace. I don't like how cheap a lot of the enemies are, right? A lot of the, like, delay, fire off like a laser, you know, like that's the big thing, is all the attacks that have absolutely no travel time on them at all. So it's purely memorization and like a knack of like dodging it. There's no like reaction, prediction, or logic, right? It's not intuitive. I just don't, I fundamentally don't like that design. And that's the main thing I don't like about Elden Ring. But I like the weapon arts, and I like the jumping attacks, and all the like new options and stuff. I like that. I like that just fine. That being said, speed-wise, I kind of like both. I do like a game that's like slower, and there's a lot of weight, and you need to like really take your time and like do the pulls slowly and think about what you're doing, and like try to pick an enemy off with a firebomb here and stuff like that. I do like that too. Motherfucker, that sucks. That doesn't normally happen. I pretty consistently will kill that guy with a firebomb, and I don't really ever see him block it like that. Yeah, adaptability was terrible, and thank God they got rid of it instantly. I think if they ever did a Dark Souls 2 remake, I don't think a remaster they'd do it, because it'd just make too many problems. But if they did a remake, I'm quite sure they'd get rid of adaptability. That was just a very foolish thing. And like, because like there was a lot of like oddities in Dark Souls 2, there is some cool ideas, like bonfire aesthetics and all that kind of stuff, right? There's some creativity in there that you don't really see in the other games, and I honestly appreciate that a lot. But there's also just foolishness, like them trying to do things that, like them trying to fix twinks with soul memory, which did the complete opposite. Like soul memory benefited the pro players so much more than the noobs. Because if like, okay, they know you're in the 10K bracket, they can be so much more optimal in the 10K bracket than you, that it's just so unfair. That did not work at all. Like soul memory was such a bad idea. And then it fragments the player base. This is what they need to do. I want this so bad, and I hate that they don't do this. They're really like stuck on this idea of like being able to level up to infinity and stuff. That has got to go. That it's not good for the game in any way. It fragments the player base way too much. These games need a set fucking max level where you can't have everything, and then that way the player base will just because let's say whatever the level cap is, that is going to be what like everyone will PvP at, as long as it's not like level 500, right? Also, it is so hard to heal in this game. Like, it's honestly insane. Like, how many enemies will just punish you if you just try to heal like you would in Elden Ring. But yeah, they need to make, in my opinion, like 200 is a good level to be the max level, because people will still make like, you know, lower level setups and stuff. That's you know, you're always going to have that. But we do not need level 300 and 350 and 375 and 400 and 5. Like that shit has got to go. They need to be just like, okay, 200, and you're not allowed to level anymore. And first off, that still allows you to be an outrageously diverse character with probably more than you should have, but it's at least limited somewhat, and it's also obtainable by a normal player. And then just your player base is just gonna, you know, stockpile there. Because what happens now is you have people that will come back to the game and do New Game Plus 5 and New Game Plus 3 and all these, and some level up, some don't. And then you just have so many people between like level 150 and 700 that I mean, it's fucked. I don't think you should make it where people can only level up to a specific point per boss. That would be good for a player like me. Like, I would enjoy that, but people would hate that. You need to be able to, like, a lot of people struggle with these games, and if they want to grind to overcome it, that's fine. That if you got rid of that, people would lose their mind. Like, there is basically, like, there is just the level 700 nonsense just has no benefit. Like, it's so silly. And it's really only there because of, like, Demon Souls wonkery. And, like, if you don't want a PvP, and first off, it is not just for PvP. It's for co-op, too. Right? Loads of people want to co-op, and they make co-op characters. There's actually probably more people that do that than PvP, I would say. And the way the fucking leveling is just so much fucking worse, for that. And another thing they really got to fix, and, I think Lords of the Fallen, of all people, figured this out pretty well, is the weapon. Okay, so weapon upgrade matchmaking is a good idea because obviously in the original Dark Souls 1, you could get max level weapons and stay at level 10 and invade people that had like plus zeros, and it was so stupid, right? Just so dumb. The problem is now that the weapon upgrades are just so all over the place and the later games aren't linear, so there's just, by the time you go to Lindell, you could have a plus 5 weapon, you could have a plus 10 weapon, you could have a plus, 17 weapon. It's just, again, it divides the player base too much. So what Lords of the Fallen did was your weapon upgrade just matches the host. Co-op or PvP. Now, that doesn't fix some of the other problems, like your side equipment being like, late game, and obviously, but they already have, I think, ways of dealing with that well enough, because like the invaders outnumbered and everything, so like that's not as big of an issue. So like if I am invading and I'm a plus 5 and I invade a host that's plus 8, then it just switches me to a plus 8. Right, and that way you're just matching on level, and if there is a level cap like 200 or whatever, it's going to condense the player base, and like activity is just going to be so much higher. Because Elden Ring has like the worst activity out of all of the games, even though it has the most players out of all of the games. It's just crazy. Like, it is so hard to co-op and to PvP, and then most of the co-op you only get someone for the boss, not the level. Like, it just sucks, man. There's like so many things wrong with it. Like, the next game, they really need to sit down and, like, reevaluate how they're doing some of this stuff. This guy will definitely one-shot me. I probably should have bought the dagger. I think the extra backstab damage is enough to be better here. Yeah, the leveling needs to be redone, and the matchmaking and all that stuff needs to be redone. And like, when you're level 200, you are more than strong enough to do New Game Plus 7. We're doing okay damage here. Oh, almost got hit there. I was about to roll a little bit sooner. He's one-handing, so the attack speed is different. Two-handing again. Ooh, glad I didn't mess that up. Probably can't use the knight armor yet. Okay, looks like I can do that. Now, the meta thing is like always Grass Crest Shield, but it's kind of boring. Although it is green, so there is that. I'll use it for a bit. I don't know if I'll use it all playthrough. Yeah, actually, I agree. A level cap would increase activity more than crossplay. That being said, why not both? Although I do understand that a lot of the console people don't want crossplay because there's so much more cheating on PC, which I mean they're not wrong. And like dude, I really don't like PC players when it comes to like the way it affects the community and stuff. And like I love PC, but like dude, even in Night Rain, I can't even express to you just like how much cheating there is. There's so much more cheating than people realize. This, and I know this because I, used to take content creation more seriously. The bullshit that goes on behind the scenes is unreal. Like, it's unreal, dude. Like, so many of the Night Rain content creators are cheating. They're using Cheat Engine to like set up the run, and then they'll do that all behind the scenes, and then they'll like do a run and like show off a build, and like what a miracle that they get all these certain items that they need and stuff. And some of them have been caught and even admitted that's what they're doing. And like it's just like new streamers almost always view bot and all. It's just, oh my god, dude. And the PC scene is just so much worse about this because Cheat Engine is just so easy. And what happens is, most of the content creators are doing it, so then the other content creators feel like they have to do it. Right? Most of the Night Rain, like content creation videos and people trying to clickbait and all that, most of them are cheating. They're not like cheating like, oh, they gave themselves unlimited health and crap like that. It's more like they gave, they gave themselves relics that are possible, right? They didn't give themselves impossible relics like some of the obvious cheaters do, but they didn't actually, they're really unlikely relics, right? Like, God, I remember when like the game came out, a bunch of people like so quickly made like solo no-hit runs, and then I was looking at their setups and I'm like, there is no way they got these relics day one without Cheat Engine. There is just no fucking way. And then some of them got caught, and they were. It was like, and they even admitted that they were using Cheat Engine to get like these perfect runs. And it's so bullshit. And I can't stand. If you want to cheat, that's fine. I don't even care, right? It's the optics. It's like this trying to pass themselves off as like this elite player that should be looked up to, and they should be taken like seriously for guides and stuff. And you're just cheating, right? Like fuck off, right? Like and PC is just, it's the worst. It's the worst. And like no place is safe. Right? It's like Night Rain is a PvE game. There's no PvP, and everyone's cheating. Right? Everyone's fucking cheating. Yeah, I know so many people will like use Duchess and give her all the like spell stuff because Duchess has the good dodge, and then like her weakness of having bad health, you can compensate. So they give her like all of the sorcery up effects and a bunch of vigor up and stuff like that. And now they have a great dodge, unlike some of the other spellcasting people, right? They have a really strong dodge, and then now their magic damage is just through the roof, and they have a bunch of health. And it's just you cannot do that naturally. There's no way. Yeah, I know that's what they always say is like, oh, I'm just saving time. I don't want to farm it. It's because you can't farm it, right? It's this again. I hate PC players, man, because they're on copium. Because in Elden Ring PvP, all of them, even like Ouroboros, who I really like and stuff, but all of these fuckers, Chase the Bro, all of them, they all cheat and use Cheat Engine or have friends that use Cheat Engine and have them drop the stuff, and they give themselves 999, and anytime they run out, they refresh it, of these mats that you can't get, right? Like they're like a limited amount of mats you can get per playthrough. Right? Like star shards and meat dumplings and all kinds of stuff. And in like perfumer mats that if you can technically farm, but at such a low rate, you can't use them often. You can only use them on like that special invasion you really care about. And they use them nonstop every invasion, right? It's ridiculous, right? They're popping star shards like candy. They're using perfumer bottles that are incredibly rare and you couldn't possibly use every invasion. And these things give you an astronomical advantage, right? It's crazy how powerful these things are. And they're just popping them like candy. And they're like, oh, no, I'm just, I'm just using Cheat Engine, or my friends are dropping them for me, and I'm reloading my save file and all this stuff. And I'm just doing it to save myself some time, so I don't have to farm. No, you're not. You would never be able to farm that much. Like, it's so bullshit. It's so fucking bullshit. And even on PS5, people do it, right? On PS5, you can like, you farm the mats once, and or maybe twice, right? You get some extra. You basically farm enough of these mats for one play session. So you get like 30 Starlight Shards, and you get like an extra chunk of all these perfumer bottles and stuff. And then every time you're done playing, you just reload your save from the cloud on PlayStation 5, and you get all the materials back. right? It's silly. Now, so the most pure version of Elden Ring multiplayer is the Xbox, because Xbox is the hardest version of the game to cheat on. Yeah, I know. Getting a duped Bladestone, right? Because that actually is fair, I would say, because a pure Bladestone is ultimately farmable. It doesn't really affect PvP in any way. You really are just saving yourself time on upgrading the weapon that you want, right? So that is not as big of a deal, right? But yeah, giving yourself 4,000 Divine Blessings so you can use one every single match, yeah, no. Yeah, and like Zig Brews in Dark Souls 3, exact same thing. Now you could... Dude, I hate that one, because that one, I played Dark Souls 3 a lot, and that came up all the time. And all of the tryhards would defend it like it's fine. And it's like, bro, you get like 8 of those per playthrough, and you just, in one like stream, you popped like 45 of them. Like, and then you're gonna do it next stream, and you're gonna do it next stream, and you're gonna do it it's bullshit. Yeah, I did farm a pure Bladestone back in the day. That was fucked up. So yeah, Taurus Demon and Night Rain. You could definitely use them for a node or a mine. If you wanted to use them for a night boss, you'd have to be comboed with other enemies, which would be fine. You could do like Capra Demon and Taurus Demon together, right? That wouldn't be a problem. And you fight multiple Taurus Demons later, so you could do a couple of them. I think that'd be fun. But if it was me, I would use the Dark Souls 3 Taurus Demon. He's better. He's got a lot of AoE attacks and stuff. Just give him higher stats. Maybe do Taurus Demon, the Dark Souls 3 Taurus Demon, and Capra Demon all together. That'd be fine. I don't think that'd be OP in Night Rain. That'd be a reasonable boss fight. I'd probably say it's still on the easier side of anything. But that's like hard enough that you could kind of enjoy the old content from a prior game in Night Rain, I think. Am I crazy? Yeah, I know there's some like save editing like that, but the barrier to entry there is a lot higher, right? Reloading your save from a cloud is a very low barrier to entry. Reloading your save file on PC is an even lower barrier to entry, and like Cheat Engine is a very low barrier to entry. But it hurts these games a lot. And like I said, it's unbelievable, like how much of this stuff happens in content creation behind the scenes that people don't realize. People jump through hoops to cheat, but have the optics of that they're not cheating. Like this affects almost all content creation. It is absolutely wild. And you got like view botting and everything, and the thing is, it's because it works. It is so much. It's honestly basic. Let's not do the plunge attack. Let's do this legit. But like, if you try to be a streamer and you're not transferring an audience from like YouTube or Instagram or whatever, and you're just doing it vanilla, it's basically impossible. Even if you're amazing, like you're no discoverability when you have 0 viewers, right? You have to like either transfer a viewer base from another platform like YouTube or something, or you have to view bot. Because when you view bot, you get ahead of all the people that aren't view botting, and then like when you're playing a game, you actually show up on the list, right? Where if you have 0 viewers or... Taurus Demon, I was trying, buddy, so hard to fight you legit so I could show off your moveset and we could analyze if you'd be any good in Night Rain and like what you might need to change. I didn't do it. Officer, I swear, he jumped. He was not pushed. He jumped. I swear to God. Well, we're just gonna have to analyze him later in the Demon Runs because he didn't want to be in Night Rain. I gotta respect his boundaries, chat. That actually sucks. We really did not get to enjoy Taurus Demon at all there. Okay, so this is probably the cheapest part in the game. I don't think the boulder is a big deal because if you pay attention, you can see it coming. Now, there is some hints. There's a burnt corpse there, and like the ground there is a little burnt. And you literally saw the dragon flying towards this bridge earlier if you were paying attention. And am I wrong? Doesn't this just look suspicious? Right? Like, doesn't this just look suspicious? So, like, you can kind of predict this, but this is, noticing the burnt corpse and everything, that is a lot more work than typical, especially if it's your first game. right? Like, if this is your second Souls game or third Souls game, I actually think a lot of people are going to be ready for this. But most people are going to, like, be... Here's the problem. Because the two answers to this puzzle is either move up and then back away, right? So go slowly, cautiously. So as soon as you hear the dragon, you haven't, like, gone too far and you can turn around. Or you just bolt it and go down the stairs, right? But the problem is, most new players aren't going to do either of those things. They're going to be advancing, but cautiously. So they're advancing at a speed that they're not going to make it to the stairs in time, but they're going to be advancing so they're not ready to turn around and get out of the way of the dragon, right? So their new players are basically guaranteed to get fried here, and they probably haven't leveled up enough, and so they're probably just going to die, and, you know, that's that.
Ah, hello. You don't look hollow, far from it.
Chat,
I am Solaire of Astora.
he should be a Nightfarer.
Servant of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land.
And I don't say this lightly.
Gwyn, to seek my very own son. You find that strange? Well, you should. No need to hide your...
I'm gonna get into this.
I get that look all the time.
Okay, so in future, I think they could make a game where there's a lot more playable characters and you bring a lot of characters back from past games. You kind of go Smash Brothers with it. That's fine. That's not really what Night Rain is, and that's also fine. But I like you have this new cast of fun characters that are all new and they interact with each other and their quests and dialogue. That's all great. Keep all of that. But I think they should have one character from the past games that you can play as, and you get his dialogue, and he interacts with the other characters just like they do now. And I think it should be Solaire. I think Solaire would actually fit in great, and kind of his, like, being an older character and having, you know, been in Dark Souls already and all that. I think his, like, input with the other characters would be really interesting. I think that would just be awesome. So, yeah, I think the one character that you should be able to pick from, like, you know, the character select screen that's from a past game is Solaire. I think he'd be perfect. Bring back Yurt. That would cause some problems. Super Souls Bros. I actually think they should do that at some point. I mean, literally, why not? Why not have, like, Night Rain Ultimate, where everyone's back? You have all these play styles, so many characters. They just keep adding them, and all of the bosses, all of the trash mobs, and you know that would just be great. You know, and update things, make it, you know, updated Ornstein and Smo and stuff. So I do not want Ornstein and Smo in Night Rain 1. I don't, because I don't think they're gonna... Right now, they're not updating the bosses enough that I think that would be a waste of such a great iconic boss. I want them to use Ornstein and Smo and, like, Night Rain 2, air quotes, whatever it's called. And when they're gonna really give it a budget and they can really flush them out. They really deserve a massive facelift so they can fuck some Nightfarers up as they deserve. So yeah, I don't want them to waste them on Night Rain 1, because I don't think they're going to be done justice.
Oh, aha. So I didn't scare you. I have a proposition, if you have a moment. The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined. In a land brimming with hollows, could that really be...
Also Hawkeye Goff.
So what do you say? Why not help one another on this lonely journey?
I just want them to take everything a bit further, especially with the depth mode, right? So, for example, buff up Ornstein and Smo so they're just, like, really updated and they're really hard again, and they're designed to be fought together. But when you do, like, higher depth, and maybe only when you have a multiplayer session, maybe not when you're playing solo. Because I stand by this. To make good multiplayer content, it cannot be reasonably done solo. And to make good solo content, it's going to be too easy in multiplayer. So and the game already has a system of detecting this, right? It already gives you the free res in solo. The enemies drop more souls solo. So the game can detect when you're in co-op and multiplayer. So they need to make bigger adjustments. Like, bosses need to spawn differently. You know, there's been multiple Smelter demons, for example. And anyway, so if you're in multiplayer and you're on maybe depth 3 or higher or whatever the equivalent would be in this game, it should spawn this new Super Smo. It should spawn this new Super Ornstein. It should spawn Artorias, and it should spawn Goff, and it should spawn, what's her name, Karine, or whatever the fuck her name is. It should spawn all of them, right? And it should be so hard. And you can, like, make it a boss arena that is very much designed around that many enemies, and maybe, like, you know, some of them come in and out, and things like that. And it should, like, and it should be super hard. It should just be, like, designed where you have to have great teamwork and like divide them up, and you can't just like stick together and stuff. You get like that would be awesome. That'd be fucking so much awesomeness.
This pleases me greatly. Well then, take this.
I'm shocked that they don't have Dark Souls weapons in Night Rain.
We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out.
And that's how
The very
Solaire could be in
fabric
Elden
wavers,
Ring.
And relations
That's
shift
basically why they're in
with
Elden Ring
within
already, like the
how much
bosses.
like
Okay, let's get to it.
Of course, but if you
That is a lot of dialogue.
If-
Unfortunately, we are not playing multiplayer right now. Oh, that was so close. My God, I wasn't sure I was gonna make that. And if you're running like that, you'll get counter hit, so pretty brutal. Now, I can't remember if you're supposed to rest at the bonfire or if you can just go back up to get him to do the dumbass jump down thing. Which this is absolute. You can actually fight this guy like a boss. You get him to come down, you can fight his legs and everything, and it's reasonable enough. But generally the way to go is you just get him to come down, you run behind him, and then he leaves. And then you can kill him later if you want. You can also get the Drake sword. You can melee his tail off. It's actually much easier to get it that way, in my opinion. Damn, he's big. Jesus. Hefty boy. I thought I could pick that up. Be used to Elden Ring. There it is. And just like in every other game, it's really good in this one. Although it was not good in Elden Ring for a while. They buffed it so many times. I think actually Claymore is the most buffed weapon in Elden Ring. It was really bad day one. Made me sad too because like in those early duels when I was fighting like Tusk and Cairo and everything, I was trying to use Claymore and Battle Axe, and they were just like some of the lowest tier trash weapons in the game, and it was just they could not compete at all. It was horrible. And then when they buffed the shit out of Claymore, and then all my friends stopped playing the game, and I'm like, really? You were just bad. Yeah, not at all. Oh my god. And like Cairo was using dual straight swords, which are incredibly high tier. Tusk was using fucking the giant rapiers, which are incredibly meta. And he was like spamming that like dumbass running R2 that like bugs out. Damn. Oh man, how come the Dark Souls 3 Black Knights aren't in Night Rain, man? They're awesome. The one thing they need to change is make it so they can't be backstabbed, though. Especially because in co-op, like, they need to be like the, Wow. That went through my block, by the way. They need to be like the, Crucible Knights, where you can't backstab them. Because, yeah, they have a pretty expanded moveset in Dark Souls 3. It's not like... It's not so good that they're going to be, like, super hard, but I think it's good enough to keep up with, like, Banished Knights and stuff. Especially if they're not backstabbable, so... And, like, there could be a castle that could have Black Knights in it, so you're not always fighting the same fucking, you know, things in Night Rain. And you could do an all-star castle every once in a while, right? So you have your Troll Castle, Banished Knight Castle, the Crucible Knight Castle, Black Knight Castle, maybe a Lothric Castle, because I looked at the Lothric Knight moveset pretty in-depth last time I played Dark Souls 3, and their moveset keeps up great. I think their moveset is better than, like, the Lindell Knights and stuff. especially the blue Lothric Knights. Like their moveset's great. They got those weapon art attacks and stuff. Like they're fine. And then have an ultimate castle that has like all of them. You've got like less trolls, because fuck trolls, but at least one troll on a good location throwing pots. And you got Black Knights mixed with Banished Knights and Crucible Knights and Lothric Knights. That'd be awesome, dude. You could do Silver Knights. The Dark Souls 3 Silver Knights were not as updated though as the Black Knights were. Because I try to think about these things kind of from like a realistic viewpoint. And like I know the devs aren't going to have the time to like give a massive facelift to everything that they bring back. So you want to get as much mileage out of what you can, and with changes that are reasonable, right? Because like making Black Knights unbackstabbable, that's super easy, right? Like that's nothing, and that would really help them. Because like the Silver Knights are okay in Dark Souls 3, but I don't know. I didn't look at them as carefully, but off memory, I think they would struggle with Nightfarers quite a bit. Like that. What the? Uh-oh. That slow ass heal. But yeah, they'd get pretty fucked up. Now, I will say this, smart locations for the Silver Knights and the default to Great Bow, so they're like supporting, would be fine. And then when you get to them, they switch weapons. You could do that. You could make a node or a castle like that. I just wish they got way more creative, because like imagine a castle that can spawn in the middle, where you've got like maybe the dragon riders from Dark Souls 2, kind of as like mini bosses throughout the castle, and you have Silver Knights shooting as well, and maybe there's like a little area you can accidentally fall into, and there's like bone wheel skeletons, and the generic trash is like you know, Banished Knights or whatever. That shit would be awesome. And like the amount of interesting encounters you could make with the movesets from all the different games, you could like sit down and think about like what. Because like Dragon Rider Knights are pretty fucking weak because they're so slow. Their moves are very slow and predictable, but they're large hitboxes that do a lot of damage. So if you're having to like deal with the Silver Knight shooting great bows at you, it's not unreasonable to deal with the Dragon Rider Knight because his attacks are so fucking predictable. But then that's going to be a lot trickier, right? Yeah, the only being 3 castles is ridiculous. It's the same castle layout every time, and it's only 3 enemy variants. That's just not good enough. And, you know, again, you know, being smart about your past content, I think allows you to really get a lot more mileage out of it. Because, yeah, Silver Knight on his own, just fighting him head on, you know, it doesn't really work super well. Man, I cannot believe I was still in recovery frames there. I was holding down block that entire time, and I was just still in recovery frames. I love how this guy has put me in the perfect spot where I can't fight him now. Because he will, like, well, maybe he'll back up. We'll see. That was all because the only way to dodge his attack was rolling into the fire. That's where all of that came from. This is honestly, like Dark Souls 1's got some cool shit, but this is such a shit enemy. Because like the backstab window doesn't make any fucking sense. It fails like all of the time. And then like you do so little damage otherwise. It's not a very good enemy. And if you get the backstab, then he's so easy. So Alant would be pretty good, but you know, again, he needs to be like either updated or he needs to have other enemies with him. Like you could have him in the castle in the middle, right, with like Banished Knights around him or whatever you want to do. Also, when he does his big AoE, they need to, God. So he had this like big thing where he'd like do the like Saber from Fate pose, you know, holding his sword, the sword like that. He would do that, and then he'd make a little while later, he'd make a giant fucking explosion. And it was telegraphed well because like light was gathering and stuff. You literally hit him one time and it would cancel the attack. But that's not gonna fly in Night Rain. So you need to either make it where you can't cancel the attack, or you need to do like a pretty, you know, you need to work with your teammates and do a pretty hefty amount of damage to cancel it. Yeah, the level steal was fucking hilarious. It actually wasn't the worst. I actually thought it was the best because it's so helpful. Because if you fuck it was better than a respec. No other Souls game, none. Dark Souls, Dark Souls 2, 3, none of them. If you accidentally level up too high to where you're like out of the range of multiplayer that you desire, there was no way to fix it. You had to make a brand new character and start all over. But Demon Souls, if you're like, whoops, I leveled up, you know, 2 times too many or whatever, you could go to a Lant and have him grab you and you could fix it. Because ultimately, it's not that hard to go farm some souls, right? It's not that big of a deal if you wanted to level back up. So it was actually fucking awesome. I tell you, I was very surprised when the Demon Souls Remaster came out, though. There was a bunch of people that played it that could just not handle it. They just couldn't. They just had such trouble with it. And a lot of them cheated. They did like that glitch where you could level up a trillion times. And like so many people would get, like even like Video Game Donkey did this. They got so stuck that they would Google ways to make the game easier. And they would find like this glitch. They'd look up this glitch that allowed them to like level up way too many times. I just can't even imagine that. Yeah, Donkey's never been like some great video gamer by any means, but I was surprised he was willing to cheat like that. I haven't watched that guy in a long time, to be honest. I think he kind of fell off. But it's just weird to me because I always found Demon Souls to be the easiest of the lot by a pretty substantial amount. The thing, I can't even imagine thinking I need to like cheese it like that. There is some funny things in Demon Souls though, that not to brag, but like this applies to most people that are like into these games. It just won't affect them, right? Because like right now I'm level 12. I mean, like you're supposed to be so much higher level by now. You know, I've done the Catacombs and Lower Berg, and now we're in the like I could be so high level right now. But because I play that way all of the time, this just doesn't phase me. I didn't even notice. I did not even notice when this happened. But I've seen people complain about this all the time. I was in Ouroboros chat the other day and someone was complaining about this. In Demon Souls, you do the tutorial, and then you go to, before you can like branch out and go wherever you want, you have to do World 1-1. Like Mario, it's World 1-1. And you have no choice. You absolutely have to do that one. And you cannot level up. Right? You're not allowed to level up. You must complete World 1-1. And I did not even notice this. It meant nothing to me. And World 1-1 is so easy. Like, now, if you've literally never played one of these games before, the basic trial and error might get you some, right? Especially if you don't play, like, action games. If you played, like, Ninja Gaiden and Devil May Cry, you're gonna be fine. But, like, if you're not really used to these kinds of games, and, like, knowing, like, how you need to, like, you know, be patient and punish and that kind of thing, sure, you might struggle with it a little bit. But it's pretty damn easy. But so many people bitch about it, not being able to level. So many people bitch about it. It is like the most commonly, like, because most people don't beat the, like the equivalent, like the high wall in Dark Souls 3 or the parish here in Dark Souls 1. Most people don't beat these things without leveling up a bunch. They don't. And so Demon Souls, the easiest of all of them, with wow, that was not nice. The easiest of all of them, people bitch about. And like, for example, something that's much easier in Demon Souls than Dark Souls is healing, right? The healing animation is very fast in Demon Souls. Very, very quick. And so it's, if you get like bonked by an enemy and you want to like heal, like it's Elden Ring and just get a heal off easily, you can. It's no problem. It's pretty unique to Dark Souls 1 actually, how like obnoxious it can be to heal. But yeah, people still bitch and are like, oh my god, I cannot believe you can't level here. This is terrible game design. How could they do this? Blah, 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 blah. I think you can level your weapon a little bit. Because if you do, so when you do the tutorial, like the Asylum, there's a boss in there that if you die to him, you're done. It's over. You continue on to the main game. But if you defeat that tutorial boss, you get some weapon upgrade material. And then also in World 1, I think there's some weapon upgrade material if you look for it. So between those, you can upgrade your weapon some if you want to. And you can also co-op, for God's sakes. Off memory, the dragon at the bridge. I haven't played in so long that I don't actually remember how he works too much. But I remember it's not as bad as this one that we just did. But I haven't done it in a while. I would love to play Demon Souls again because it has been such a long time. So chat, I don't even know what to say here. Because I played, you know, I didn't finish Bloodborne because I got so fucking sick of the frame rate. And like a lot of the tedium. But I got very far into Bloodborne. And, you know, that's the latest game I played. You know, I played it after Elden Ring, right? And I thankfully was unspoiled, right? I over the years, I went way out of my way to not look anything up and not watch streams or anything. And I just have such mixed feelings about that game. One, the art side of it is amazing. And I didn't think I would like it because I don't normally like that, like, era where, like, early guns and, like, I don't, like, Fable 2 kind of went into that era and I hated it. And I'm just not really into that vibe. But Bloodborne won me over anyway. It's literally using an aesthetic that I don't like and it won me over anyway. And I was shocked by that because I was really biased against it. In a lot of ways, and I ended up liking it anyway. So the aesthetic was great. Bloodborne just has kind of a more dungeon crawly feel about it, which I actually kind of enjoy. I don't even know why, but I've kind of just always liked that. So there's just so many things about Bloodborne I'm like kind of itching to play again because I didn't even beat it once. I've only, you know, fake played through it once. But like, oh my god, the frame rate is unbearable. The fact that every time you die, you have to go through 9 loading screens to do anything is terrible. Every time you want to reload your fucking consumables, you have to go through 30 loading screens, run across a map, open a chest, run back, teleport again. Like, what are they doing? It is more tedious than Demon Souls. It's so weird because they made Demon Souls fairly tedious game. Not that bad, though. Then they made Dark Souls 1, which is significantly less tedious. Then they made Bloodborne, and they made it more tedious than Demon Souls. And then they made Dark Souls 3 and they just completely got rid of all the tedium and they never went back. And it's just like, what the fuck happened? And like that, what was that boss? Oh my god, what was his name? Oh my god, that fucking like maze boss. That was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Because once you know, it's so easy. It's so easy. But it's just, that was pure trial and error. To the absolute max. That was like Bed of Chaos level of stupidity. That was awful. And you know what sucks? Because I only did it once. I don't remember what you do at all. I don't remember anything about, I don't remember the solution at all. And so now when I play it again, I'm gonna have to deal with that again. Like that, Jesus, that was bad. That NPC fight that everyone was complaining about, I'm pretty sure I one-tried, didn't I? Now, I kind of like pseudo-cheesed it, but because it was like so obvious that you could cheese it. But yeah, it was like that the Bird Quest lady, that NPC you fought there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we like floored that guy. But yeah, it's because he was like so easy to cheese. If I did not cheese him, I'm sure he would be The NPCs in Bloodborne are the worst NPCs ever. Because all NPC fights in Souls games are bad, and they're all input reading. And they're all getting like unfair like stuff because if you actually made a proper player character following the player character rules and the AI was controlling it, the AI is not good enough, and you would just shit on them. Like they would be so easy, it'd be a joke. And that's why every NPC fight ever made by FromSoft, they're always super cheating, like super fucking cheating. And Bloodborne is like the worst because they have ranged parries that are input reading, and you have ranged parries, but you can't input read, and you have ammo, so you have a limited amount of them. They have unlimited ammo. Speaking of cheating, that's one of the things that they cheat at. So it's complete bullshit. Old Monk was awesome. Thankfully, when I played Demon Souls, so many people were getting into Demon Souls from Dark Souls 1 that it was very active and natural and lots of like, you know, variety in who was doing it. So I fought Old Monk, and I was Old Monk a bunch of times, and I really got to enjoy that experience, thankfully. Yeah, thankfully the multiplayer was, at all level ranges, was just crazy active when I played Demon Souls. And like, anytime I would die, because I discovered pretty early on in Demon Souls that like, it was easy to over-level it. And like I saw that like because you could do any world, you could do world 2, world 3, world 4 anytime you wanted. That whichever one you did last was going to be the easiest. The first time I played through Demon's Souls, I just stopped leveling at like level 20. And what I played through the whole game at level 20 and it was fine. It literally was never a problem. And anytime I would die, I would resurrect by invading like world like 1-2 or 4-1 or something like that, because those were very active areas at that level range. And every time I would die, I would do that. And it was a blast. It was super fun. And sometimes I would kill myself to just PvP more. I had such a great Demon's Souls experience, because that kind of mix of progressing but then going off to PvP anytime you would die, and I got such a healthy like multiplayer experience. It was fantastic. Oh god, they get that buff that makes them do more damage. I'm just gonna read chat while backing up from this guy. The only thing I remember about not really liking about the Demon's Souls level design was like World 5-5 or whatever it was kind of ass. And then like like the runbacks could get pretty long. Like sometimes there were shortcuts and sometimes there weren't, and it was just kind of like, what the hell? And made death more like obnoxious than anything. I played the Southeast Asia version of Demon's Souls before it came out in the US. So doing the old monk was just unfair. Was it like lag or something? Did he just fall off? He does that sometimes. Where's my plunge attack? It must be R1, not R2. Fucking Elden Ring brain. That attack will one-shot you so easily. It's like a crazy multi-hit. But if you block it, it just completely, like, fails. But it is like a super lingering hitbox and hits you like 30 times. And, like, perfect stun locks you. So fucked up. No, I had experience in the game, so players were very inexperienced. Oh, I see. That kind of unfair. Demon's Souls is a very weird game. Yeah, I do wonder, having not played it in so long, maybe I'll go back to it and not like it a lot. I don't know, we'll see. I don't think that'll happen. I'm sure I'll like Flame Lurker and Penetrator and all that. Penetrator is like the reason to not level up a lot in Demon's Souls. Because like it is so easy to overstat him and make that fight a joke. Oh, I got counter hit. Best NPC.
Oh, still human, are you? Then I am in luck. Could you help me? As you can see, I am stuck without recourse.
So, I love Lautrec, and here's like some evidence that he's actually genuine in his kindness to you. If you have the key here and refuse to open this door, he's an ass to you for the rest of the game. He won't tip you off about Petrus. He won't like tell you about the catacombs. You can't summon him for the gargoyle or for a gaping dragon. He won't like tip you off about what he's gonna do at Firelink. But if you're nice to him, then then he does do these things, right? And he never, if you're nice to him here, he never does anything bad to you ever. Like he literally warns you about getting rid of the Firekeeper, right? And he kind of assumes you agree with him. And he's surprised when you invade him. Like he's actually surprised, right? Because you've been nice to him this whole time. Like it's weird that you're invading him. And yeah, he gives you a bunch of advice and tips, and you can summon him and all that kind of stuff. Like I think he's like the most misunderstood character ever. This guy is not like Yort. Yort is from Demon's Souls, and if you free him, he just starts killing everybody, and is an asshole. But like Lautrec is like similar to him, but he's done intentionally very differently.
Please, I have duties to fulfill. will reward you handsomely. Well, I am certain you stand to benefit.
How my read on Lautrec is like he is someone that is ultimately, you know, pretty cutthroat, and he's aware that the world is fucked up. And he's very good at being a murderer, but he's legitimate in his faith to what's her name, Fina, and so he's trying to do like what's, you know, right and good, and like put on this like front, because again, he never betrays you. He's completely honest with you the entire time, and he warns you about all kinds of stuff, right? But he kind of has to force it, right? His faith and like what he's trying to do, because because it's so weird that people don't think Lautrec's evil. What is he trying to do? He's literally trying to like out the Way of White for being evil and corrupt, and he's trying to like go against Gwendolyn and the Firekeepers and all that. That's what we're doing, right? Like, it's so weird that people see him as evil. Like, it's crazy. But yeah, he's actually like legitimate in his like devotion to Fina and all that. But yeah, I think like originally he was like a cutthroat mercenary or something like that. Yeah, people get they're conflating the personal inconvenience of no Firekeeper, and also most people are just very, you know, empathetic, save the girl, you know, kind of thing. And so they just take that as an attack on them, even though he literally warns you about it and lets you know he's going to do it. And again, he assumes you're like on board with this, because Lautrec is very anti like the dogma of Gwyn and all that, which most players end up being as well.
Thank you. Yes.
Maybe not on their first playthrough though.
I am Knight Lautrec of Carim. I truly appreciate this, and I guarantee a reward. Only later.
And something I really like is Carim is a land that we never get to see ever in any of the games. But if you read all the items and stuff, they are like the most zealous, like indoctrinated of all of the kingdoms. They are the most, like, you know, Allfather Lloyd and, you know, Way of White, Gwyn. They are just so on that path, and that's where he's from. And so he knows the bullshit. That's why, presumably, that's why he knows it's you know, propaganda.
Yes, very sorry. Your reward will have to wait. I've just been freed. Allow me some time. I am free.
Oh, I shouldn't skip that. He's like, I can go work. He starts laughing. But yeah, he's certainly not against killing people, but he does not kill people that, you know, he sees on his side or what have you. The question is, does he go co-op with Solaire to get that sunlight medal? Because you can summon both Solaire and Lautrec for the gargoyles, which that would give Lautrec a sunlight medal. If you're a white phantom and you get summoned by a host, and that host also summons a gold phantom, you get a sunlight medal. So, and he puts his co-op sign down in a lot of places, so presumably he might actually get that. A lot of people assume he kills somebody to get, like, he takes their sunlight medal, and maybe he does, but there's actually, I would say, more evidence to suggest that he's just co-oping. Yeah, I mean, Dark Souls kind of doesn't want you to look behind the curtain on your first playthrough. They want you to be fooled by Gwendolyn, and they want you to burn yourself and think you're doing the right thing, and never realize that Anor Londo's an illusion, and that's not the real Guinevere, you know, all that stuff. They want, if you're a Darkmoon Blade, they want you to think you're just hunting down the guilty. You know, they don't want you to realize that you're actually hunting down a lot of people that revealed that Guinevere was a fake and all that.
Oh, you again? Me? I've become separated from my lady.
Oh fuck, we skipped over that.
Far, but no sight of her.
Damn it, it's because I did the Lower Berg. Damn it. That skips a lot of Lautrec's dialogue as well. Yeah, the whole squad has come and gone for the Faith people. Yeah, I think that happens when you kill a Copper Demon, and because I did the skip, that got messed up. Yeah, I've already done the Lower Berg and the Catacombs, so yeah, of course it would skip over that. Damn, that sucks. And we missed all kinds of cool dialogue there.
Ah, hello there. I have your reward. accept it. I am grateful to you for freeing me. Not enough for you? Well, let's not be greedy now. You again. What is it? Our futures are murky. Let's not be too friendly now.
Yeah, I think we're not going to get a lot of the dialogue because we skipped over that bit. That sucks. Probably a bit of both, Oath, but I mean, I think some of it's intentional. Because like when Miyazaki's talked about Solaire and like all the stuff you have to do for Solaire to show up, I think that is intentional. I think Solaire being the only summon you can get for Gwyn, and also it being very difficult to get that summon, I think is absolutely intentional. Now some of the other stuff, maybe not, but yeah, that bit I do think is intentional. 1 second, I need to get water. I'm like parched here. So, Dark Souls 1, I think its biggest flaw, and this flaw is so great that I don't begrudge anyone that's like, yeah, you know, Dark Souls 1 is, you know, not as good as people say, is the second half of the game is shit. I mean, it just is. And it's not just like the zones. Everyone knows at this point, you know, like Tomb of the Giants is like compensating for like lack of time. Like, oh, it's black, you can't see anything, and you just copy paste the same enemy over and over again. Right? There's no effort put in that because it was rushed. And all of the end zones are like that, all of them. But it's more than that. The NPC quests like all stop, right? Like if you don't kill a Trek, there's no continuation. And like all the quests are like that. There's just a lot of like, the game's quality just completely falls off a cliff in the second half. And sometimes restraints is like what makes the art, and sometimes you shouldn't go back and revisit art. Because again, those like restraints that you thought were negative ended up, you know, making it a unique thing. But the second half of Dark Souls is so barren. I think it would be totally okay if FromSoft ever wanted to revisit Dark Souls 1 and actually complete the second half of the game. Like, my god. Because it is pretty disappointing. I mean, Lost Izalith, like, are you kidding me? What really saves Dark Souls 1 for me is the DLC. Like, the DLC is like a second half of the game that has like, you know, good quality again, so that really helps it. Like, Manus is an awesome boss fight, Notorious is an awesome boss fight, etc. I actually, to this day, I stand by that. I think Dark Souls 1's DLC is the best, like, integrated. Because it's the only DLC in the entire franchise that it just feels like more of the game. Like the ratio of trash mobs to bosses to like zone size and everything, it just feels like more Dark Souls 1. Where most of the other DLC has like way more trash mobs than boss fights, and it's a lot of like filler. And like fucking the Ariandel one from Dark Souls 3, you have 2 bosses. One of those bosses is a mini boss and an NPC. So you really only have Frida. She's the only real boss, and then you just have mountains of trash mobs. I mean, just endless running around in circles. It's just terrible. And Dark Souls 2 is like that too. Dark Souls 2 has just hours of trash mobs if you're playing through it like legitimately, not like rushing through it. There's hours of trash mobs and just like puzzly layout bullshit, and then a few boss fights. I mean, it just sucks. I disagree about Shadow of the Erdtree. I think Shadow of the Erdtree was terrible. So although it's a bit better, I agree it's a bit better about the trash mob to boss ratio. It is so much reused content, and it's like, bro, that the first area in the DLC, right? The first, like the field area. Almost every trash mob you are ever gonna fight in the DLC is in that zone. And then you're just fighting them over and over and over and over and over. And I got so sick of it. I don't think I've ever been more sick of a Souls game than that. Like when I found I was so hyped when I found the madness area. I love the madness stuff in Elden Ring. The lore is so interesting. I love the Chaos Lord ending, right? I'm all about it. And so I find a zone dedicated to madness. I'm like, hell yes. It's full of copy-pasted rats. And then when you have all this buildup of like what's going on, and you finally get to the heart of it in this spooky manner, it's the fucking shadow guys that are in the very first area and Hornsent that you've already fought 10 million times. It's not all bit of like that feeling of exploration and something new and scary or what. It's all gone. It's just like, oh, I'm just doing this again, right? Awful. I mean, just like 0 out of 10. I mean, you could not fuck that up anymore. And that's like the whole DLC. It is just constantly discovering new areas that are just full of mobs you've been fighting the entire time that weren't fun the first time, right? It's like, I really think Shadow of the Erdtree is dog shit. I think it's super dog shit. I think there are a few cool things about it, like what's her name, Rolana or whatever. That's a really cool boss fight. You know, there's occasional boss fights that are pretty neat, right? And the weapon, I'll give it this, the weapons are really fun. All the weapons are really fun. Lots of new fashion, right, for your PvP and your co-op characters and all that. That's great. But it's just fucking shit. Yeah, Mountaintop's bad too. I feel the same way. I think Mountaintop's garbage. You know, it's the peak of the game. It's the ending, you know, open world area, and there's not a single new enemy in it. It's all enemies from the other zones. All of them. There's not a single new enemy. It's terrible. That's when I lost interest in Elden Ring. I remember that I really was so much less motivated. And I was still enjoying the PvP, obviously, but like, you know, I was enjoying the PvE a decent amount up until that point. And I was just like, okay, fuck this. I mean, literally, it's just, you know, the trolls you fought a million times, the giant dogs and the birds you know that are in Caelid. The Zamor warriors, which were bosses before. There's nothing new there. Nothing. It sucks. I always say in an open world game, you should only make as many zones that you can fill with new enemies. Now, some enemy reuse is fine, and actually I think is good. I think if you never reuse an enemy, that's a bad thing. Because sometimes you'll have an old enemy that can synergize in an interesting way with a new enemy, right? And that's awesome. I love that mingling of old and new, right? And also for lore reasons, there's a lot of times you should bring back old enemies. But if you bring back old enemies, one, it needs to be you know, combined with new enemies. Or like, okay, there's this fort in this new area that's old enemies, but then there's a bunch of new shit too, right? Where like Shadow of the Erdtree and the Mountaintops, they're both literally just old stuff over and 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 over. Like, I honestly, Shadow of the Erdtree blows my mind. I don't even understand why it's so beloved, because they are spreading like 5 or 6 trash mobs so thin. I don't get it. How do you see that and not be like, oh my god, I'm so sick of fighting the same guy over and over again? Like, I don't get it. Like, sure, the zones look pretty and stuff, but we should fight like gargoyles before we level up or anything. Yeah, so far, I don't know how I feel about the Bloodborne DLC because I barely touched it. Because honestly, I was kind of done with Bloodborne at that point because I was so tired of the tedium and the 30 frames per second. Like I just couldn't put up with it anymore. I was like, I did not give that DLC a fair shake at all. I was just so fucking like frustrated. Even though I like Bloodborne, there's so many things I like about Bloodborne. Like I'm not frustrated with like the movement or the weapons or there's none of that. Even the enemy movesets, like those really weren't the things that were annoying me. I just the tedium was just unreal. But like, so of the DLC I've played, I hope to God I'm going to say Night Reigns is my favorite, but I would say Ringed City is the best one. And then probably the Dark Souls 1. And I think Dark Souls 1's DLC still does a better job of like integrating into the game naturally and just feeling like an extension of the game without like it doesn't feel like it's DLC. It's not like lower quality or anything. It's great. But yeah, I would say Ringed City is my favorite because there's lots of new enemies and the old enemies brought back or mixed in and it's pretty natural. You drop before the best boss in Bloodborne. I mean, that's fine because that will just get me to like that. Just when I go back and play it whenever it's 60 frames per second, I'll have something to look forward to. Right. So that's probably a good thing, honestly. Oh, unfortunately, I don't know exactly, but one thing that got spoiled after I played it is I now know that those like weird umbilical cords that I was finding are like they like unlock a different final boss or something. I don't know like exactly, but unfortunately that has been like kind of spoiled for me. Don't clarify it anymore. Like there's a deal of that is like obtuse to me that I don't understand, so let's keep it that way. But yeah, unfortunately I saw some people talking about Bloodborne in a way that kind of gave away that was the case, and I was just like, fuck. Did I find all of them? I don't know. I don't even remember how many I found. I think honestly, I'll have to look, but I think I actually did what was necessary for this extra boss. Because I want to say we found like 3 of them or something like that. It is cool that you can summon them here, but we'll do this normal like. Yeah, I could boot the game up. I have my PlayStation, but I really want to wait. Okay, this boss can definitely be used in Night Rain. I don't think it's not even hard. If it's solo, you're playing by yourself, you fight 2 of them. If you have 2 players, you fight 2 of them, and then one of the ones ran Orlando, like the gold ones. And if you're in 3 player, there's 4 of them. Easy. Their moveset's fine. I think they have like big enough hitboxes and stuff. It's not gonna be super hard. Obviously, you have to give them more health and maybe make it harder to break their tails. But yeah, literally no problem. They have pretty wide sweeping hitboxes and stuff. You know, they're a little slow, but that's why you fight a few of them. And like, what you do is you start off with 2 of them off the rip. And unlike this, where you have to wait a while, right? That also helps compensate. Dealing with this bullshit, though, would be a hell of a lot easier at Night Rain. Okay, that was a lingering hitbox. Going back here can be risky, but it can also be really good. Kind of depends on what they do. Probably could have killed him there, honestly. like 2 of these being on 1 player and 1 of these being on 1 player or something like that, yeah, that's totally fine. I will say, like, those attacks, their recovery time should probably be shortened a little bit. Again, don't change the startup times, but the recovery time on some of these attacks is kind of long for the gargoyles. It's a bit silly, actually, how long it is. And it's because you're fighting 2 of them, and right now in Dark Souls 1, you are so fucking slow. Wow. Honestly, I was having kind of horrible luck there. The one at low health was just not doing anything to get away from the fire spam. I mean, look at that recovery time. Like, that is way too long for Night Rain. Like, he needs to be able to go from that slam into that punch pretty quickly, because the start-up time is enough, like, on that punch for you to, like, stop what you're doing and then dodge it and then go back to what you're doing. So it's fair enough with just the startup. So you don't need the recovery. And that doesn't take a lot of effort to change either. Give me the Dark Souls 2 Elephant Guards. They're pretty good. Again, if you fought them by themselves, it's probably, I think Nightfarers would kind of shit on them. But, you know, if you're having to, like, fight the, like how you fight the Banished Knights in the castle with the other Banished Knights and the Exile guys, you use the Mastodons, like, the same way, and Matadons, whatever the fuck they're called, and it'd be fine. Then they're no biggie. The main issue with Dark Souls 2 enemies is their animations just look so sloppy. I'm sorry, but, like, they look awful in Elden Ring. You know, Dark Souls 1 and 3 stuff can be put into Elden Ring and it looks fine. But fucking Dark Souls 2 stuff, it's just like... And because unfortunately, it's all of the animations. None of the animations in Dark Souls 2 are very clean. But then some of them are extra bad. Like the Falconer. Can you imagine the Falconer being copy-pasted into Night Rain? Like, really? Like, it's amateur. The animations are so bad, it's amateur. But even like the Cyan Knights and stuff, when they run and stuff, they look terrible. It looks like a college test game. Just shambling, yep. Like everyone's like waddling awkwardly, and like the amount that their leg moves relative to how much their body moves just doesn't add up at all. Like almost every enemy in Dark Souls like waddles when you make them run. I loved the Sentinel fight, honestly, because their attack windows felt pretty fair in a multi-fight. That's another one they should put into Night Rain.
Greetings. I am Oswald of Careem, the partner. Thou art a friend. For thee, a warm welcome. Cometh thou to confess, or to accuse? For indeed all sin is my domain.
I really need to turn the dialogue up. This is the BM emote. Some people think, like, ultimately,
It is only human to commit a sin.
What a guy. Some people think point down is the ultimate BM, and it's up there. Don't get me wrong, it's up there. But I don't think you can beat this. The little head turn, like, you kill somebody in PvP and you do that, it's so, like, you're being such a dick. Like, this is such a piece of shit emote. The emote is how you quest for hate mail. True. Point down was actually not used as a taunt much in Dark Souls 1 days. You know, a little bit, but it was pretty much all this. This was just the taunt. Point down mainly started getting used because this wasn't in the other games. This was removed. I guess it was just too assholey. But, oh yeah, you can't cancel emotes in this game. Jesus Christ. But I remember when Dark Souls 1 would get resurgences after the other games, then people started using point down. When I played Dark Souls 1 back in the day, I was very much... I never really taunted. I would only taunt when other people would taunt. Like maybe you get invade and it's 3v1 and you die and they all taunt and then you invade them again and you kill them, then I would normally taunt back. But I tried to just, you know, be a good sport, be it on host or invader side. I'm generally like that all the time. I'm still like that. I don't generally, like in Elden Ring you can teabag, which that's really elevated. That has really elevated the taunting game. But I generally don't teabag and stuff unless you're cheating or you've been taunting during the match or something like that. Some people will teabag though, not as a taunt, more as of a recognition that something funny happened, because it's, you know, you can't talk and stuff and you're limited in how you can express yourself. So sometimes something like really weird will happen and like both sides, the host and the invaders, will be like, you know, just kind of teabagging because something humorous just happened. You know, shit like that will happen. Taunting during a battle. I guess we're at the point where we can level up now. I don't know what I want to do though with this character. This is why I like PvP, because PvP gives you such a good framework. Because there's all these like different things that are good in PvP, like combustion and WOG and all these things, but they're more bursty, so they're not as good in PvE. So there's less reasons to like build in a specific way. In PvE, a lot of the times, like, just get health and melee hard and you're good. You know, there's not as much reason to like unlock utility stuff. Where like PvP, there's so many reasons. Like project force that Beastly was talking about earlier, that is such an amazing ability in PvP. And especially if you're invading all kinds of wacky zones and you just like never know where you're gonna be, there's just so many reasons to use that ability. Where in PvE, it's like, it's fine, but you don't really need it. What shall we do? Well, we'll get a bit of health. That's always good. Okay, I have one attunement slot. You shall not pass, abso-fucking-lutely. Dude, WOG is so much fun in Dark Souls, and especially in the original, like the remaster, because I think WOG being able to dead angle was pretty balanced. And it was just a good counter to some of the like lame playstyles people would do, like turtling. And the fact that it can't dead angle anymore really sucks. Like, that was a really fun bit of tech, I think. Yeah, they removed a lot of the tech from Dark Souls 1 in the remaster. Like, they got rid of... Like, I will say, there's a few dead angles in the game that were honestly bullshit. They made no sense. Like, the running attack on the katana, that dead angle made absolutely no sense. But most of the dead angles were literally, like, swinging your weapon at an angle that it actually would make sense for it not to be parried or for it to go past block and stuff. Like, Black Knight Great Axe and stuff. Like, most of that was pretty, like, understandable and reasonable, I think. And so them removing it honestly just sucks. I don't know where I want to go now. There's so many options. Like, we can go fight Moonlight Butterfly. I do not think he can make it into Night Rain. Maybe as a trash mob, like just as a literal trash mob. But man, that is not an enemy that's going to do well in Night Rain. Dude, some of the Ouroboros PvP videos from back in the day are still great watches, and I highly recommend. Like Playmore with Claymore, great video. Like the Quest for Hate Mail and shit, great video. Yeah, fuck it. Let's fight Moonlight Butterfly. We could also go fight Stray Demon. I guess I should upgrade my weapon at least once. I think we're at the point in the game that's fair. Yeah, you could maybe do like a Shifting Earth, where it's all crystally and stuff, and you could have some Moonlight Butterflies scattered throughout. But they can't be the main course. You're not gonna do like Night 1, Night 2 boss is fucking Moonlight Butterfly. That's just, no. There's, unless you just completely like redid his animations, but they're not gonna like put that kind of effort in. Although I guess you could. A lot of his attacks are just particle effects. Yeah, you can make, and you can do this for Seath too. Seath the Scaleless. You could like add new magic attacks, like, you know, Soul Mass type things that can have all kinds of properties, like needing to jump over it or whatever the fuck. So you could fix those bosses up somewhat that way. Or kings you could put into Night Rain. That would be awesome. Now that would have to be like a shifting earth, because you know, you kind of need all the black and stuff. They would look so weird floating around in like the open map. Because like half their body needs to be underground, so you're like level with them and stuff. That'd be cool. You fall down a cavern and it's black again. And you fight the 4 kings again. I think what you could do if it's in multiplayer is instead of the kings activating like one at a time, they're just all active. Like, there you go. I think their movesets have aged pretty well. Might need to make it so when you're at minimum distance, they do more damage. Because they have this thing where they have like a sour spot on their attacks where they do less damage when you're really close to them. And it's so much less damage that it's kind of silly. Motherfucker. These guys, I don't think are good enough to be in, Night Rain. I mean, if you give them some hyper armor, maybe. But, yeah, their hitboxes just aren't long enough and that kind of thing. They're very telegraphed in short range. And that, because in Elden Ring, your character is just so much swifter that if the enemies don't, like, if they're not, like, fast or they can be slow, but then they need to have, like, longer hitboxes. That hit me 3 times. That was fucked up. Yeah, they're really easy to stun lock, so. So, chat, of the 2 new characters for the Night Rain DLC, which one are you more excited for? You've got the like magic dude. I think his name is Scholar or something, and then the like leather nun, who I think her name is the Undertaker. I might just be just Undertaker, but that's super funny. I like them both. I right now, because there's like less information, like their actual playstyle is gonna have a huge impact, obviously. But off of just like the vibe, I would go with the caster. And I normally don't like casters a lot, but that's the kind of caster I like. You know, kind of like older guy, you know. So that's cool. But they're both cool. Like Psycho Nun, you know, that could be fun. But yeah, to be honest, I doubt I'm gonna main either of them. I'm probably just gonna stick with Wilder and Duchess. So. But who knows? You know, I will say I do like counterattack gameplay a lot, so maybe that'll be a thing. I'm gonna not activate these yet, because then they're active every time you come through here, and it's kind of the worst. I'm worried that the Scholar is going to be bad. We'll see. Yeah, it's because Wilder and Iron Eye are the strongest characters. And on depth mode, the game's hard, so everyone plays them. And like, Iron Eye in particular is easy to play. Now, Wilder I don't think is like super hard to play, but you do have to do some basic know-how, where Iron Eye, my god. And what really allows Iron Eye to be easy mode is once you've played the game as the more regular characters, so you understand, like, what attack... Because this is what gets a lot of, Okay, can we calm down, Muppet? This is what gets a lot of Iron Eye mains, is they know so little about the attacks of the enemies. They don't know which attacks are easy to deal with and which ones are tricky, so they actually... it would behoove them to use their OP easy mode dodge. So they'll waste their OP easy mode dodge on just generic crap that was no effort to dodge anyway, and then the enemy will do their annoying as fuck attack, and then they'll get hit. right? Every Iron Eye ever. So if you like play Wilder and Duchess a lot, maybe Executor a lot, and you've got a good grasp of the enemy movesets and those attacks that like are tricky and like, oh yeah, that's the one you really got to look out for and I might mess up and get hit by, and you save Iron Eye's super dodge for that, then it's easy. He's so easy. I mean, he's just so fucking easy. Like if you can dodge the mundane stuff, because he has fast roll, right? So he has no problem dodging the typical stuff. And then anytime it's some, like, you know, big boy thing, you just use his super dodge and you're all set. But yeah, and then Wilder is just, he's so much damage, man. And then he travels the map faster. Like, Wilder's ult is just so strong. And then on depth, high depth, you know, the enemies are so tough, you need it. Like, I get it. Because, like, I've been playing Duchess more because she got buffed a lot. And, like, Duchess is good now, I would say. But, my God, there are just times where, like, especially, like, okay, if my teammates are good, and we have a well-rounded team, I don't really have, I don't think Duchess has a lot of problems anymore. Now, she's not necessarily the best character in the game, but, like, it's fine. But when my teammates aren't so hot, and, like, I need to carry, Duchess has a lot of fucking problems. There's a lot of times where, like, my teammates are getting fucked up, and I need a fuck you button. Like, Wilder, you just click the ult. Right? Iron Eye, you just click the ult. Right? Duchess doesn't have that. It's like, oh, I ulted, and now I'm invisible, and maybe you're not, so now you still have aggro, and so you're even more fucked up, right? A lot of problems like that. Like, her Duchess's ult is still is bad. Is still a shitty ult. But, like, her damage is pretty good now. And, like, because she can attack so quickly out of her dodge, right? She has time to, like, attack, dodge, where other characters can't. And that allows her to get damage in where other characters can't. Well, Iron Eye can because he's stupid, but, you know, that's different. So, yeah, I think Duchess is in a much better spot, but, like, Wilder is still a better carry. Because it's like, if things are going wrong, you still can move across the map faster to, over time, collect more loot. And you can dodge annoying attacks with it, and you can just blow things up with the ult button. So, I think the worst character right now is still, Revenant. What are you? Whoa! Fuck, I didn't realize there's one here. That's not good. Uh-oh. Good old twop. Oh, yeah, I need blunt damage for these guys. Oh, there's a follow-up. So these guys could be actually... these enemies, one-on-one would be hilariously easy. I mean, look how slow they are. But honestly, I think these could be great in Night Rain, and you just, because of their twop ability, that makes them a really high... And what I would do is make sure they're pretty tanky. Give them, like, lots of poise, lots of health. But because of twop, you either need to move away from them, or you need to prioritize killing them. But because they're obviously very slow and long recovery frames and all that, you know, it's not a big deal. I think that'd be awesome. I think they could really work well when combined with other enemies. Yeah, Raider is so fucked up now. Raider went from being... Like, Raider was considered, like, S tier, and now he's, like, complete garbage. And it totally makes sense, though, because he is so, like, stat-based. He's so about being able to ignore the enemy's attack and, like, hit trade with them and just bully the enemies. But as the difficulty goes up, he can't do it anymore. And then he's just bad. And then his ult in low difficulty... It's still annoying, right? Because it, like, covers up, you can't see anything and all this bullshit, and the enemies get to attack through it, but you can't attack through it, right? All kinds of problems. But it does enough damage and stuff that it's worth it. On high difficulty, it's not. It's not worth it. And then it still has all the negatives. And then also, Raider just has a really hard time doing his job now. I don't understand. Both of those hits, I, like, click the dodge button. I'm pretty sure it's just the whole... The game thinks I'm trying to run, so you need to release the button, and that's why the dodge didn't come out. That felt kind of ridiculous. The biggest issue with these guys is, how do I explain this? So in Dark Souls 1, your movement and everything is so restrictive that you can have hitboxes that honestly aren't that big, and they can still be a threat to you. In Night Rain, a lot of these attacks you could deal with by just like walking, right? And then the enemy's gonna whiff and you didn't even roll, right? So you don't have any recovery frames at all. And there's a lot of stuff in the older games that are like that Night Rain characters, or even just Elden Ring characters, can just completely shit on. Now you can jump across here. Fuck it, I'm doing it. That wasn't so hard. Wait, whose ult are we oh, the attack up from Raider? Yeah, it doesn't boost magic damage. I still think Revenant's ult is way worse, though. That's such a shit ult. And fucking... How do they not see this? Guardian's ult is Revenant's ult, but better in every way. Like, I don't see how they didn't notice that. Could people handle a Gwyn, a Lant, Holster team fight in Night Rain? Technically, it's doable if you have... It wouldn't be doable solo. That would be complete bullshit. But with 3 players, yeah, because anyone... I mean, I've soloed Holster. I've soloed Gwyn. I've soloed a Lant. So if you have 3 players that can solo each boss, you could theoretically do it. Now, their AoE attacks that would bleed over, you know, would obviously make it a bit harder than that, but it should be doable. I will say Guardian's ult does have some issues, but I mean, so does Revenant's. And also Revenant's just does nothing. I mean, it's so bad. Like, Revenant is a joke. Like, that is such a joke character. She's only good at Everdark, what's his name? Augur. Because she has unlimited healing, and you basically can't lose to Augur if you have unlimited healing. Like, man, you could strafe that attack so easily in Elden Ring. Like, hell, you can strafe it here. Okay, they might need to buff this guy's moveset a little bit. I'm realizing the depths of the... My god. Okay, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. I mean, if he's comboed with other enemies, I don't think it's a big deal. Because they can make it hard for you to just strafe like that, but Jesus.
Hello!
Hey, John. Oh, wait, what? What? That was so... What the fuck? What is happening? I like how my attacks are missing for absolutely no reason, and then also I couldn't lock onto him for a while, so I thought he was dead. That is so stupid. I have no idea what happened there. That was so weird because I couldn't lock on, and then my attacks, even though they were aimed down, weren't hitting him, so I just assumed he was dead. And then he's not dead, and then there's the other enemy, and then he has loads of life left. By the way, that's like the only time you ever fight one of those, which is really bizarre. Yeah, I think Guardian is way better than Revenant, and yeah, you can even do the Faith Guardian. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think Guardian is like, I don't think he's like top tier or anything, but yeah, I've seen a Faith Guardian here and there, and they're not bad. I think Guardian with his buff is like an honest mid-tier if you know what you're doing. The average player is so bad at using him effectively, it's pretty rough. I feel like I have T-Rex arms. That's another thing. A lot of your ability to like back up and then punish with Elden Ring characters and even Dark Souls 3 characters is so much greater than Dark Souls 1 characters. Like, the running attack is faster, you normally have more forward momentum on your attacks and shit like that. So it's like super easy to like do what I'm doing right now. But in this game, it's a bit slower and your range is a bit worse, so it's a lot easier. Like, look, I fucking missed. That would like... I would never miss at that range with like most setups in Elden Ring. And so that's why some of these enemies won't age as well, because they're a lot easier to counter. Oh god, my stomach is growling. Need to eat. Obviously, you can just run past all this shit and grab the loot, but kind of fun to interact with the enemies. Now, there's these guys in the DLC that are a bit more fleshed out. I could definitely see those being fine in Night Rain. Basically, no one plays Revenant in the depth mode. Because, like, she was bad in the base game, and she's really bad in the depth mode. I'm sure somebody's like, I'm a Revenant main till the end, but that's not most people. Can someone explain to me, why does Recluse have S scaling in Faith? She should have like A at least, or B or something. I don't understand why she got double S. That was a terrible, that was, I think, a huge mistake. Because now going forward, it's like, there's like no room for like variety, right? Because, and that's why the new Faith characters is Faith Strength. Because if it's just Faith, well, you could just be Recluse. So it's like, that was a big fuck up. I do like the decision to either beat the crap out of him when he's doing that or get away from him. That was close. Well, a big reason why people don't use... It's twofold. And I know this because I've got quite a few friends that play Recluse. So, number one, getting spells is more reliable because of the spires, right? There's no real spire equivalent for miracles. And although there's plenty of like locations that miracles will always spawn, there's staff racks as well. So that's like equal. And so you are going to get more spells than incantations on Recluse, and you're going to get used to them and know how to use them. So then you don't want to use some miracle that you don't understand how to use, and especially because you're getting them less often. And then also, let's not kid ourselves. Recluse's look definitely feels like it's more empty. I think that absolutely affects it. Right? If she looked like a nun but was double S, people would probably use incantations more. Right? So all of that combined, I think, results in people using spells way more than incantations on her. Yeah, and also, yeah, there's more spells that allow you to just delete things. There are very specific incantations that are incredibly good and will allow you to, like, fuck shit up. But they're, not only are they less of them, and it's a bit, you know, rarer that you get them, but then you also have to know how to use them. Which you know, when you finally got it, you probably didn't even realize that was something worth using. Right? So yeah, it's a many layered thing of Recluses basically never using incantations. Every once in a while, though, I'll see a Recluse that you can tell has really put in the time to master everything, and when they get like a good miracle, they use it, and they're extremely effective. Recluse is another character, though, that doesn't have a great ult. It just doesn't do a lot of damage. Really cool character right here. It's a shame that she had more content that was cut. Actually, we might need to use her because I have, like, no fucking range attacks. Fuck it. Recluse's ult plus Dragon Breath is really funny. That it absolutely is funny. That's very niche. But, like, I've noticed, that when Recluse ults, it makes a lot of the AI like spam their movement abilities. I cannot tell you how often a Recluse ults and I can't hit the boss a single fucking time. Yeah, actually, she has probably my favorite witch set out of, you can't see it very well because of the white phantom. But I think out of all the witch sets they've done, I think hers is my favorite. And she's just a pretty interesting character. It's a shame her like DLC stuff got cut. Do I have any range at all? I think I have a crossbow, but I don't think I have bolts. Oh boy. Well, I also forgot to upgrade my weapon. Also forgot to change my inventory. Hopefully she can carry. Armored Core reference, by the way. Armored Core 4 specifically. I did not really feel right, but alright, game. Holy fuck! What? Is that right? Bro, I'm so sorry, Moonlight Butterfly. I thought we were at least gonna, like, you know, have you land some and, like, you know... But she is just deleting you. Well... That was messed up. I did not think she did that much damage. I mean, it's not a very fun boss. But, you know, I kind of wanted to show off why it wouldn't work in Night Rain. But you could fix them by just changing their spells. Like, their spells can be literally anything. So you could make interesting spells that are fun to interact with. Still a very difficult enemy, though, to use. Because, like, if it gets into melee range, it just feels kind of dumb. And, like, why did it get into melee range? But then if it's always in range and you're playing a melee character, it's not really worth using, in my opinion. Because the pest, you don't have to fight the ranged one. You know, you can fight the scorpion. So that's how they fix that problem. Sif could definitely be used. Probably needs to be comboed with other enemies, though. I want to look at his moveset, though, and see if there's ways you could adjust the moveset that wouldn't require a lot of work. That would make the boss a lot better, right? Because that's what they kind of have consistently done. I just wish they would do more, because, like, Nameless King, you know, all they really did was the faster attack cadence, and then, like, his lightning strike being AoE now instead of just one. Like, do something like that with some of the other attacks too, right? Like, give a bit more of a facelift than just the one thing. What is happening here? There we go. I like how he gets iframes when he's standing up, but he didn't get them before. Yeah, Sif the Notorious seems... I don't think it'd even be funny. I think people would like that, and I think it would be fine. Now, we do know, though, Artorias is getting some kind of new attack, because he's doing a new attack in the trailer. But I'm telling you, man, I'll show it off when we fight him. One of his slam attacks, I think they're just going to adjust to when he lands into the grab. It would look like completely right. So I have a feeling that's what they're going to do. I hope not. I hope he just has a new grab attack. I think Artorias with the faster attack cadence might... Oh, there was another one. I just couldn't find it. Anyway, he might age okay. I don't know, though. Like, if it was one-on-one, maybe. But with 3 players... I mean, the faster attack cadence does make Dancer a hell of a lot harder. Like, really, it's very noticeable how much tougher she is. Artorias, Augur, team fight. Why Augur? Like, God, why? Yeah, I mean, ultimately, with 3 players, these bosses need another person on their side. You know, Dancer needs Vort or something like that, right? They're just not built for this shit. Oh, the Centaur guy. Yeah, the Night Lords work a lot better because they're just built ground up for team fights. The thing is, I think some of these other fights could be adjusted to be that way. They're just not trying. Like, cause they're not doing stuff very often. Like they're too gun shy, and also they're trying to make sure it can be soloed, which that's the no, stop doing that. Like solo mode should just be different, right? Like we need to fight Draconic Tree Sentinel and regular Tree Sentinel, and then with the 2 ads, right? Like up the ante here. Because like, that's how you fix a lot of these old enemies, is just you fight more than one of them, or you just put more effort in. Like when Artorias does his little spin where he like does 2 melee attacks and he spins around. Thankfully that's already AoE, but then you can make it where it like shoots out muck, you know, abyss juice, you know, when he does that. Shit like that. When he does his like flip and he slams into the ground, you could have it shoot out like there's an Ash of War where you like slam the ground and you shoot out 3 wind blades. You could have him do that and he shoots out 3 abyss blades, right? Like, you know, put some effort in here. I think they do want you to be able to fail on the Night 1 and 2 boss, because the thing, people were failing the Night 1 and 2 boss constantly early on, right? When people didn't know how to min-max. And also even on like, you know, depth 3 and up, and especially depth 3 is the hardest depth in my opinion, because the players are, it's like that perfect equilibrium of difficulty, but the players haven't been gate kept, because like depth 4 and 5 is only good players, so it's actually easy. But like depth 3, you still get a lot of shitheads, and it's hard enough for them to get wrecked. But anyway, yeah, or when the game, and hell, some streamers I saw just really never really got good at Night Rain. I saw plenty of people fail. My God, when the game first came out, people were dying to like the Demi Queen and the Katana. Hell, I think I died to the Demi Queen and the Katana guy at least once or twice, like for sure. And I think to maintain that momentum, they just need to like put more effort into them. I think as time goes on, it changes. I think like depth 4 is going to get worse as time goes on, and maybe is bad now. But like when it first dropped, you couldn't get to depth 4 quickly if you weren't good. But as time goes on, like all the depths will get worse, I think. There are cheaters that got carried by their relic and are garbage in the game. Yeah, I play mostly on PS5, so there's a lot less of that. But when I have dipped into PC, normally I'm playing with my friends, but I have occasionally played PC with randoms, and it is shit. I mean, dude, I've played enough with randoms that I have enough of a sample size. I think I can really, I've really studied this, and I consistently when I'm not streaming and I'm playing by myself, I analyze my games a lot just for like fun, and I like data. So I mean, every match, I'll complete the match, I'll go into the match history, and I'll look at the players, I'll look at their relics, I'll look at their profiles, and because like I find a lot, like I can kind of detect when I'm playing with 2 people that are friends, and I'll like guess that, and then you go into their profiles and you see that they are friends. So like I like getting that kind of data. And PC players suck, man. The PC pug experience, random experience, is so much worse than on PS5. Playing with randoms on PS5 is not that bad. It really isn't. But on PC, it's a nightmare. And it's very different. It's crazy different. Like I'll get used to playing on PS5, and then I'll play with randoms on PC, and I'm like, it's so jarring. It's so fucking jarring. There's just way more cheaters. They're way worse. They like quit out way more. It's awful. Like I think the PS5 experience is just so much better, and it's stupid because like a PC is just a better system than a PS5, right? It's silly that it's like this. Like I cannot tell you how often I'll play on PC, and I'm playing with these cheaters that are so bad. Like Ziggy mentioned them, but I've seen them. These Duchess players that they make all of their relics, they like sorcery up for like the shotgun, Every single one of them. And then they have like vigor up and shit like that. And sometimes they don't have vigor up because they didn't think they needed it for lower difficulty. But you know, it's all bullshit like that. And they're so bad. Oh my lord, they're bad. And there's an Ouroboros VOD that he uploaded where he had one of the worst co-op games he's ever had. And both of the people he's playing with are cheaters, right? So they have a massive unfair advantage. And it's one of the longest games ever because every time they get to a non-time limited part, it takes forever for them to win. And when they get to the very end, they after like just hours of playing, they lose. And like Ouroboros had to res them like 50 or 60 times. It's fucking insane. And they go through all this pain and they lose at the end. And when you watch the Duchess, who's doing what I just said, they're trying to get the shotgun magic, and all of their relics are all boosting the damage and stuff. I've played Duchess a lot, and obviously I've done the shotgun sometimes. Like I know when you should cast it, not cast it, and like sometimes bosses are doing certain things where it's just totally pointless to cast it because like they have like massive damage reduction or iframes or whatever. And this idiot cheating Duchess is constantly like mashing the shotgun magic into stuff where it won't do any damage at all. Like if I remember correctly, they get Libra, and like Libra would be like doing like transition stuff where you wouldn't do any damage, and they'd be spamming the shotgun. They're just fucking stupid. But yeah, you see that on PC all the time, because it's easy. It's super easy to whip out cheat engine. Where on PS5, you can cheat, but it takes a lot of effort, and most people just don't. Like sure, I've run into idiots on PS5 sometimes, but PS5 has just been way better, and I hate that. Like I hate that because all my friends have it on PC. Right, and also in the long run, the PC will have a player base longer, because like it'll Steam sales and stuff always like keep longevity up on PC. So it just sucks that the PC version is so corrupted like that. But okay, chat, I'll probably wrap up here because I need to eat very badly. I'm super hungry. We didn't get to any of the hard stuff yet, but so I'd like to point out that the catacombs were so much harder than everything else we did today. Like not even close. Like that was just, we died so much. But thank you guys. We'll play more of this. We got some time to kill before Night Rain updates and stuff. So yeah, I haven't played all the way through Dark Souls 1 in a while, so I want to do that. And then maybe I'll look into emulating Demon Souls. And we can always play some more Night Rain. But I might just wait for the DLC. We'll see. I do love Night Rain. It's a great game. Like, it's so flawed. The main issue is it's such a great game, but it's so flawed and it could be so easily fixed. It's kind of just frustrating. Like the lack of using more enemies from the past games and the not actually being procedurally generated. And all those things are very frustrating. And it just doesn't need to be that way. But I still, every time I play it, I still enjoy it. And some of that is because I play it less now. I mainly play it now when I can play with my friends. And so it's kind of like a special experience, and I'm not like burnt out or anything because it's like been a little while since I played it. But yeah, every time I play it, I'm having a blast. I really want to play Bloodborne when it has 60 frames per second. Like it's so obnoxious to play. It feels so bad. Like and I feel like it deserves it, right? Because I can see like the lore was super interesting. And it was a bit easier to follow than I thought. When I was sitting down and reading the item descriptions, I could follow the kind of behind the scenes stuff decently well. And the music and the atmosphere, and it's just such a unique experience. I just hate that it's so handicapped on the hardware that it's on. But I mean, someday I'm gonna play Bloodborne. Like I'm gonna I mean, I have played it, but I'm gonna finish it at some point. Yeah, I could. That's true. I could hack a PS4. That's true. I know that's a thing. Because, yeah, those are 60 frames. It's so bullshit that, like, it can be 60 frames per second like that. But, anyways, boys, thank you so much for hanging out. I'll, do my... What is today? Let's see. I might be able to stream tomorrow. It'll be a little bit later, but I might be able to do it. But, hopefully see you guys then. And, we'll raid Cairo, and I am out of here. Beastly always messing me up with that.